Get comfortable, because tonight you are not opening a vault. You are not stepping through a great round door with a weapon in your hand, searching dim corridors for supplies, reading a few old notes, and deciding in 20 minutes that you understand what happened here. Tonight, you live inside the vault after the urgent parts are over. The lights still work. The water still runs. The doors still seal. The old announcements still arrive on schedule, in the same patient voice they have used for longer than anyone can remember. But there are too few people left to hear them. That is a different kind of problem from the ones you usually notice in Fallout. It does not announce itself with an alarm. It does not leave a clear trail through a hallway. It begins with small things. A breakfast shift that once needed 4 people now has 1. A classroom is locked because nobody has used it in years. A workboard carries the same names beside too many jobs. The empty chairs in the cafeteria are not waiting for late arrivals. They are simply empty now. A vault is supposed to be a machine for keeping people alive. That is the promise printed on the posters, built into the ventilation ducts, stored in the locked cabinets of the overseer's office. It has a water system, a power system, growing rooms, medical stores, bunk levels, manuals, drills, schedules, and a careful chain of authority. All of that sounds secure. But none of it does much on its own. The filters need changing. The pipes need listening to. The growing trays need tending. The records need updating. The people doing those jobs need food, sleep, practice, and somebody else who can take over when they are ill, old, busy, or simply needed somewhere more urgent. A vault can have enough clean water for years and still struggle if nobody remembers how to keep the purifier steady. It can have shelves of spare parts and still lose a working pump because the one resident who knew its odd little noise is no longer on the roster. It can have whole residential wings waiting behind clean steel doors, beds made, lamps wired, lockers numbered, and no one at all who needs them. So, what happens when a vault runs out of people? Not all at once, usually. Not in the way a player might picture it, with one final dramatic moment and a terminal entry that explains everything neatly. It happens in clerical marks, in altered meal portions, in a maintenance schedule rewritten in smaller handwriting. It happens when the same resident is trained to mend a light fixture in the morning, test water pressure before lunch, and help harvest fungus beds in the afternoon. It happens when everyone becomes familiar with systems they were never meant to understand. And it happens when the vault's oldest rule begins to sound less like safety and more like a question. Stay inside. For how long? If you enjoy these slow walks through the ordinary work that keeps Fallout's world moving, you can subscribe and come back for another shift sometime. For now, there is no need to hurry. The morning bell has not sounded yet. The corridor lights are still low. You have a few quiet minutes before the day asks something from you. Imagine that you have spent your whole life underground. You know the vault not as a map, not as a collection of rooms marked with useful loot, but as the shape of your days. You know where the floor dips slightly near the old laundry room. You know which water fountain takes an extra second before it runs cold. You know that the ventilation is loudest in the narrow passage outside the clinic, and that the door to the storage level needs a firm pull before its lock catches. You know which sections feel lived in, and which do not. The vault is still large. That is part of the strange feeling of it. The walls have not moved closer just because the population has grown smaller. The corridors still bend away beneath the ceiling lights. The empty rooms still have air circulating through their vents. Behind some doors are tidy bunks, stacked too high, their blankets folded and their lockers shut. Behind others are desks, chairs, exercise equipment, and tables that have not been used in so long that their purpose has become slightly abstract. A chair is a simple thing when someone sits in it. Leave it empty long enough, and it becomes inventory. You have heard older residents describe the vault when it was fuller. Not crowded exactly. A vault is designed around order, and order needs space. But there were enough people then that the cafeteria had 2 meal lines. The wash stations had a morning queue. Children made too much noise on the residential level. The recreation room had regular game nights, and the lower garden required a larger rota of hands. There were departments. That is the phrase you hear most often. Maintenance was maintenance. Food production was food production. Medical was medical. Records belonged to records. The people assigned to each department had their own badges, their own supervisors, their own shelves of manuals and cupboards of tools. If a valve leaked, a maintenance technician handled it. If a growing tray failed, someone from hydroponics inspected it. If a resident developed a fever, the clinic took responsibility. That is how the vault was meant to work. The problem with a system built around separate jobs is that separate jobs require enough separate people. At first, when the roster became smaller, the changes seemed manageable. The kitchen reduced its staff. A few cleaning tasks moved to weekly schedules instead of daily ones. One maintenance worker began covering 2 levels. The overseer approved a new training program, then another. Residents who had spent years cataloging supplies learned how to clear a clogged drain. People who knew the garden lamps learned how to read pressure gauges. The clinic began keeping simpler records because the person who once copied each entry by hand was now also needed to help distribute food. Nobody called it a crisis. The word did not fit the way it happened. There was no single morning when the vault became a place with too few people. There was only a long series of adjustments. A closed door here, a combined shift there. A table removed from the cafeteria because there was no reason to clean around it every day. An old work assignment crossed out, then rewritten beside the name of someone who already had 2 others. The vault did not stop functioning. It became efficient in a new, narrower way. You learn quickly that there is a difference between having fewer mouths to feed and having fewer hands to work. The first can make the numbers look better. Less food is needed. Less water is consumed. Fewer uniforms are washed. Fewer beds are assigned. Fewer portions are measured into bowls at breakfast. On a ledger, that can look almost comforting. But a person is not only a mouth. A person is the one who knows where the spare fuses are stored. A person is the one who can tell whether the odd vibration in the air scrubber is harmless or the beginning of an expensive problem. A person is someone who can watch a child while another resident finishes a repair. Someone who can teach. Someone who can remember why an old rule existed, even if the rule no longer makes much sense. When people disappear from the schedule, the vault loses all of that too. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because vault-tec sold certainty. That was its great product. Not merely shelter, though shelter was part of it. Not merely food stores, medical supplies, reinforced doors, or filtered air. Vault-tec sold the idea that a complicated human future could be managed in advance. A family unit would occupy a room. A worker would report to a department. A department would follow a procedure. A procedure would maintain a machine. A machine would support the community. The community would continue. On paper, it is clean. Each box leads to the next box. Each person has a place. Each place has a number. The whole vault becomes a long calculation, carried forward year after year by people who may never see the sky. But people do not remain neat entries in a chart. They change. They learn unexpected things. They become tired of a job. They become good at another one. They grow older. They leave gaps nobody planned for. They make decisions based on loyalty, curiosity, fear, habit, or the simple desire to see whether there might be something beyond the door. The vault's paperwork can record a change in population. It cannot make another person appear. In your vault, this fact has made everybody more visible. When there were more residents, you could pass someone in a corridor without knowing their assignment. You could eat beside a stranger and only recognize them as a face from a different level. You could go months without speaking to the person responsible for a system that had nothing to do with your own work. Now, each resident carries a small cluster of facts around with them. You know who can reset the lights on the upper level. You know who has medical training. You know who remembers the old inventory system without needing to consult the manual. You know who can make the protein mash taste less plain, which may not sound important until the kitchen worker is assigned to an emergency repair, and somebody else has to prepare the evening meal. You know who has been asked to learn pump maintenance. You know who has been avoiding the subject of the door. You know who is still young enough to remember the recreation wing when it had regular classes, and who is old enough to remember when the wing was new. There is comfort in being known this well. If you need help, someone usually knows where to find you. If your shift runs long, another resident notices. If you have not appeared at breakfast, the absence is seen almost immediately. But there is weight in it too. In a smaller vault, privacy does not vanish because anyone has made a rule against it. It fades because every person matters to the schedule. If you are late, someone else waits. If you are sick, 3 different tasks need rearranging. If you decide you cannot do a job anymore, the problem does not belong to you alone. It goes onto the board. The board hangs outside the overseer's office, behind a clear plastic cover that has yellowed around its corners. Once, it carried a full pattern of colored strips. Names, shifts, departments, inspections, meal rotations, education periods, cleaning assignments, recreation hours. You have seen old photographs of it in the records room. The colors made the vault look busy and balanced. Now there are fewer strips. The remaining ones have been moved closer together. Some names appear once in blue for maintenance, again in green for food production, and again in white for training. A few assignments are temporary, though temporary has become a word that can last for months. There are small handwritten notes at the edges of the board, where somebody has added reminders that did not exist in the original system. Check west valve. Collect lamp housing from storage. Ask clinic about filter masks. Review door sensor report. The vault was built to make life predictable. But the board is where you see that predictability has become a daily act of effort. Soon you will wake before the lights fully rise. You will wash at a shared basin and pull on a uniform that has been mended more than once. You will take your ration token to the cafeteria, where breakfast is prepared by one resident instead of a crew. You will stand at roll call while the overseer counts every face, not because anyone thinks you are trying to hide, but because the count determines what the vault can do before nightfall. You will walk through empty rooms and working rooms. You will help keep old machines alive. You will tend food meant for a community larger than the one that remains. You will sit in a meeting where people discuss whether a sealed door is still protection when the place behind it is slowly becoming too empty to sustain itself. And by the end of the day, you may understand the question more clearly. A vault does not run out of people when the last light goes off. It begins to run out of people when there are still enough residents to keep everything working, but not enough to keep it working in the old way. The morning bell is close now. Somewhere beyond your room, a fan changes pitch as the vault prepares to brighten the corridors. A pipe settles inside the wall. A distant door opens, then seals again with a careful mechanical sound. For another day, the systems are awake. For another day, so are you. It is 2277, the year the lone wanderer leaves Vault 101 and steps into the capital wasteland above. Somewhere north of here, that door has opened for reasons that belong to another vault, another overseer, another set of records. Your vault remains sealed. It sits beneath a stretch of ground no one in the residential levels can picture very clearly. There are maps in the records room, faded street plans from before the Great War, and a small surface diagram beside the main door controls. You have studied them in school. You know there were roads, blocks of houses, and a place where people once stopped for gasoline. But those marks have never become real landscapes in your mind. The vault is the real landscape. You know its shape by habit. Residential levels stacked around a central stairwell, the cafeteria below the sleeping quarters, the clinic near the administration offices, hydroponics deeper down, where the air is warmer and carries a green mineral smell, water treatment behind two secured doors, maintenance shafts running behind the walls like narrow service streets. You know which stairwell handrail is loose near the third landing. You know that the corridor outside the old recreation room has a light that takes an extra moment to come on. You know the main elevator shudders before it settles at the garden level, and that the door to the laundry sticks when the air is damp. You were born here. Your mother was born here too. And so was the resident who teaches basic arithmetic to the younger children in the classroom that is still open. The oldest people in the vault remember parents who remembered the surface, but even they remember it mostly through handed-down stories, old photographs, and the cheerful little films vault-tec left behind. You have never seen a sunrise without a ceiling above it. The morning bell rings through the speaker in your room, not loudly, but firmly enough to pull you from the last soft part of sleep. The sound is followed by the ventilation system increasing its pace. A few minutes later, the light panel in the ceiling shifts from its night setting to a pale imitation of dawn. You lie still for a moment and listen. A door opens down the corridor. Pipes tick inside the wall. Someone lets out a short cough, then clears their throat. The vault is never silent. It is full of small mechanical noises, all of them familiar enough that you notice only when one is missing or when one changes. Your room is narrow, but it is yours for now. There is a bunk bolted to the wall, a locker, a shelf with a chipped enamel mug, and a small table made from parts that once belonged to a larger desk. A printed maintenance schedule hangs beside the door. You wrote most of it yourself, in dark pencil, because the official sheet had become crowded with corrections. Monday and Thursday, ventilation inspection. Tuesday, nutrient pump checks. Wednesday, lighting circuit review. Friday, inventory support in hydroponics. But the list is no longer quite true. It has not been true for years. A vault is supposed to divide work neatly. That is the promise written into every orientation booklet and every old training diagram. There are technicians for the power systems. There are custodians for the floors and wash stations. There are food workers, medical workers, teachers, clerks, security staff, and administrators. Each person receives a role. Each role supports the whole. The whole continues. At least that is how the diagrams look. The diagrams do not show an empty bunk beside yours. They do not show a kitchen shift reduced to one resident who can prepare breakfast, wash the cookware, keep the pantry ledger, and still be expected to attend a food storage meeting after lunch. They do not show a maintenance worker spending half the day in hydroponics because the person trained to monitor the nutrient lines is needed in the clinic. They do not show the overseer standing in front of a workboard with a pencil, moving the same handful of names from one column to another. You sit up, put your feet on the cool floor, and reach for your uniform. The fabric is vault blue, though it has faded unevenly over the years. One knee has been reinforced with a square of darker cloth. The cuff of one sleeve was repaired so carefully that the seam is almost decorative. There are storerooms full of old uniforms in several sizes, but not necessarily the sizes needed now, and not necessarily in good condition. Fabric ages even when it is folded away. Elastic goes brittle. Thread dries out. A sealed vault preserves many things, but it does not stop time from doing its quiet work. You pull the uniform over your head, fasten the collar, and look at the assignment card beside your door. Your first responsibility is maintenance. Your second is food production. Your third, written in smaller letters beneath the first two, is records support as needed. That final phrase appears on nearly every assignment card in the vault. As needed. It means the old boundaries have become less important than the immediate problem. It means that if the records clerk is busy with medical files, you carry inventory folders to the archive. If the garden shift is short, you spend an hour trimming plants and checking the lamps. If a water treatment alarm appears during lunch, the person holding a spoon may put it down and report to the lower level. Nobody calls this disorder. Not openly. The vault still has rules. It still has departments, notices, schedules, inspections, and forms with the vault-tec logo printed across the top. The overseer still signs the weekly reports. The council still meets when a decision affects everyone. The clinic still keeps separate records. The schoolroom still posts lessons at the start of each week. But the lines between jobs have softened. They have had to. When you leave your room, The corridor is half lit. The ceiling panels brighten in sequence ahead of you, turning on as the vault's morning schedule reaches this level. On the opposite wall, the door to another room remains shut. Its number plate is clean, but the narrow name slot beneath it is empty. The room has been empty for a long time. At first, after a resident left their room or was moved closer to the active levels, the door stayed marked. A name card remained behind the clear plastic strip. Sometimes there were two names, one above the other, as though the room itself had collected its own small history. Then the administration office began clearing them. The explanation was practical. Emergency teams needed to know which rooms were occupied. Inspectors needed to identify which doors could be opened without disturbing anyone. The vault needed accurate records. Still, it felt different once the names disappeared. A blank name slot is not a memory. It is simply a blank name slot. You pass 6 more doors before reaching the stairwell. 2 are occupied. 4 are not. The stairs curve around the central shaft, their metal steps worn smooth in the middle. Once, this level held enough people that the morning brought a steady movement toward the cafeteria and work areas. You have heard older residents describe it. The sound of doors opening, children being hurried along by tired parents, conversations crossing from one landing to another, the small traffic of people carrying laundry bags, toolboxes, school papers, meal trays. Now the morning movement comes in pieces. A resident from the next level down emerges with a repair kit in one hand and a folded cleaning cloth in the other. The 2 of you nod as you pass. Neither of you needs to ask where the other is going. The repair kit and cleaning cloth answer the question. At the lower landing, a pair of children walk toward the classroom with the education worker. There are only 2 of them in that age group this year. The classroom was built for many more. It has rows of desks, a large screen at the front, cabinets of workbooks, and a shelf of carefully maintained teaching holotapes. The schoolroom is still used. It has to be. A vault that expects to continue cannot stop teaching, simply because there are fewer students. If anything, the lessons become more important. A child who learns basic mathematics may one day calculate a water ration. A child who learns how to read a maintenance manual may become the only person available when a pump begins to fail. A child who understands the difference between a sealed conduit and a live one is not merely completing a school exercise. They are being prepared for a job that does not yet have a name on the board. This is one of the quiet changes that comes with a smaller population. Every young person becomes visible early. In a large community, a child can be one among many. Their strengths may take years to appear. They may try one kind of work, then another. They may be allowed the ordinary luxury of uncertainty. In your vault, people notice quickly. The clinic worker notices who has steady hands. The garden worker notices who remembers measurements. The overseer notices who asks useful questions during inspections. The records clerk notices who returns borrowed manuals in order, with no pages bent and no notes missing. There is care in that attention. There is also pressure. No one says that a child must become a technician, a medic, or a teacher. The vault does not speak that bluntly. But everyone understands that a useful skill is not just a private interest. It is part of the vault's future inventory. You reach the cafeteria level and pause at the entrance. The room was built for a full meal service. Long tables run across the floor in orderly rows. The serving counter stretches along one wall, with metal shutters that once opened over several food stations. Most mornings, only the center section is in use now. One set of lights shines over the active tables. The rest remain dim. There are empty chairs everywhere. Not abandoned exactly. They are stacked in corners, secured beneath tables, or lined against the far wall, so the cleaning work stays manageable. A large room gathers dust faster than people expect. Every unused surface needs a decision. Leave it open, and someone must sweep it. Cover it, and someone must inspect the cover. Seal it, and someone must check the seal. Even emptiness has a maintenance schedule. At the serving counter, the kitchen worker hands you a bowl of grain mash, a portion of fungus protein, and a cup of treated water. Breakfast is plain, warm, and filling. The kitchen worker has already prepared trays for the clinic staff, the garden shift, and the resident assigned to the outer sensor station. There was once a kitchen crew. The old roster lists cooks, food stores assistants, sanitation workers, and a service manager. Their names sit in a folder in the records room, typed in neat black letters on paper that has yellowed around the edges. Now one person oversees the meal, with help whenever someone can spare an hour. You take your food to one of the tables near the counter. A few other residents sit nearby, leaving space between themselves without meaning to. The room has become so large that even a small gathering can look scattered. Someone mentions that the lights in the east corridor flickered during the night. Someone else says the garden level needs another tray of seedlings moved before the noon cycle. The clinic worker asks whether anyone has seen a particular sterilizer filter. You listen, eat, and make a note in your pocket pad. The filter may be in the maintenance storage room. If it is not, you will have to check the sealed supply cage beside the old laundry. Every conversation carries a second meaning now. A flickering light is not just a flickering light. It is a task, and the task belongs to someone. A tray of seedlings is not just a tray of seedlings. It is food several weeks from now. A missing filter is not merely an untidy shelf. It is a problem that must be found before it becomes a larger one. This is what the vault was built to prevent. Vault-tec sold certainty. That was the word beneath all the bright posters, all the smiling families, all the clean rooms with their polished doors. A vault would be self-contained. It would have water, power, food, medicine, education, recreation, security, and enough trained people to keep each system moving forward. The company imagined a population as a set of stable categories. So many adults of working age, so many children in school, so many trained technicians, so many meals per day, so many spare filters, so many bulbs, so many hours of labor. A chart can make this look simple, but a person is not a chart entry. A person becomes ill for a month. A person has hands better suited to plants than electrical panels. A person is willing to work 2 jobs until they are too tired to do either well. A person remembers a procedure because an older relative taught it informally years ago, beside a machine that is no longer used. Another person has the official certification, but cannot climb ladders anymore. The ledger can record age, training, health, and assignment. It can record whether someone is present at roll call. It cannot fully record patience. It cannot measure whether a resident can calm an argument before it spreads through a meeting. It cannot predict who will stay late to teach a repair twice, 3 times, until another pair of hands can perform it without help. A sealed community survives on those things as much as it survives on filtered water and working lights. The original planners understood systems. They understood redundancy on paper. There were backup pumps, spare circuits, stored seed stock, extra tools, and manuals for nearly every important device. What they did not understand, or did not choose to account for, was that human redundancy is harder to store. You cannot take a shelf of spare parts down from a storeroom and ask it to remember which valve sound means trouble. You cannot open a crate marked emergency supplies and find another resident who knows the garden level, the water lines, the clinic inventory, and the old habits of the people around them. That knowledge lives in people. When there are fewer people, it becomes concentrated. The vault becomes dependent on individuals in ways its original design was meant to avoid. You finish breakfast and carry your bowl to the wash station. The kitchen worker thanks you for bringing it back. There is no separate tray collector this morning. There has not been one for some time. Beyond the cafeteria, the main workboard waits in the administration corridor. Its surface is grey metal, scratched around the edges, with columns ruled in permanent ink. Morning, midday, afternoon, evening. Each column is divided into maintenance, food, medical records, education, security, and general support. The board is old enough that some of the original labels are nearly worn away. Names have been written beneath them in erasable pencil. Your name appears 3 times before midday. It appears once more after the evening meal. You stand there for a moment, holding your empty bowl, while the vault wakes around you. The roster is smaller than the vault was meant to carry, but the day is full. The first bell sounds at 6. It is not a bell in the old surface sense. No brass hangs anywhere in the vault. The signal comes through the ceiling speakers as a low 2-note tone, gentle enough not to startle anyone from sleep, and clear enough to pass through closed doors. Once, the sound would have been followed by dozens of doors opening along this level. Water running at every wash station, shoes on the corridor floor, voices carrying from one family room to another. Now the first bell brings a smaller answer. A door opens somewhere behind you. Another follows farther down. The sound travels along the residential corridor in separate little pieces, each person beginning their day within sight or hearing of everyone else. You leave your bowl at the wash station and head back toward your room for your work clothes. The residential level is arranged in a long curve around the vault's central shaft. The designers wanted it to feel orderly. Every door is the same width. Every wall has the same pale paint, though the paint near handrails has long ago become smooth and darker than the rest. Directional arrows point toward the cafeteria, the clinic, the classrooms, the recreation room, and the lifts. You know the route without looking at them. On the left, doors marked for occupied rooms have a small green strip beside the handle. Some strips glow steadily. Others have been turned off to save power, or because the rooms beyond them are sealed for storage. The dark doors are not mysterious. You know who used to live behind many of them. A former gardener who taught you how to thin seedlings without pulling their roots loose. A clinic assistant who kept a tin of peppermint tablets for children with upset stomachs. A maintenance worker who could tell from 3 floors away whether the circulation fan in the east duct was running too fast. Their rooms have become quiet spaces with mattresses wrapped in protective covers and drawers emptied for shared supplies. At the end of the corridor, a woman from records is standing on a stool beneath a ceiling panel. She has one hand on the cover and one hand steadying herself against the wall. "The light keeps blinking," she says when she sees you. You look up. The panel gives a brief white flicker, then settles. "It can wait until the maintenance round," you tell her. She nods. "Put it on the board if it is not already there." Everything goes on the board now. In a fuller vault, a blinking ceiling light might have been noticed by one resident, reported to another, added to a maintenance log by a third, and repaired by a technician whose entire shift concerned nothing else. That arrangement has a certain comfort to it. A person could know one narrow part of the vault very well. They could work on lights for years, learn every fitting and wire channel, and leave the food growing, the water running, and the medical supplies counted to other people. That is not how work is divided now. You return to your room, where your uniform is folded on the chair beside the bed. The fabric is grey-blue, once standard issue, now patched at the elbows and cuffs in thread that does not quite match. The patch on your shoulder still bears the vault's familiar, gear-shaped emblem. Its edges are fraying. You pull on the uniform, lace your boots, and place your ration token in the breast pocket. The token is a small square of stamped metal. It does not buy breakfast. Nobody in the vault pays for food in that way. It tells the kitchen worker that you have taken your morning portion and keeps the inventory straight. A token returned at the end of the meal means one bowl washed, one serving accounted for, one fewer uncertainty in the daily figures. It is a simple system, and lately simple systems matter more. At the shared washroom, 2 residents are already at the sinks. The water comes from narrow metal taps, each one fitted with a handle that has been repaired so many times it turns more smoothly than it did when it was new. You wait your turn, wash your face, brush your teeth with a short, worn brush, and use only as much water as you need. No one has to remind you. There are signs above the sinks, printed in large block letters when the vault was still new. Use water wisely. Report leaks immediately. A clean vault is a healthy vault. The last one has been rubbed thin by years of steam and cleaning cloths. It remains true, though not in the cheerful way the sign suggests. A clean vault is healthy because there are no open windows, no weather to carry dust away, no empty street where a broken pipe can go unnoticed. A spill in a corridor becomes a slip hazard. A clogged drain becomes a schedule change. A missed cleaning round becomes a task waiting for someone already assigned elsewhere. The technology beneath your feet is old and impressive. Pumps move water through pipes that have worked longer than anyone alive has been breathing. Air passes through filters and ducts. Lights rise and dim according to timers that still know when morning should begin. But the vault does not care for itself. That is easy to forget when the systems are working. The ceiling speakers wake you. The taps run. The lights come on. A meal appears in a bowl. From the inside, it can seem as though the machinery has solved the difficult parts of life. It has only arranged them. Every working system depends on ordinary labor, repeated so often that it becomes hard to see. Someone has to inspect the filter before it clogs. Someone has to wipe condensation from a pipe fitting and decide whether it is harmless moisture or the beginning of a leak. Someone has to record how much nutrient solution was added to the garden beds. Someone has to scrub the kitchen surfaces, count the sealed food containers, sharpen the hand tools, replace the cloth in the medical cabinet, and carry a stack of forms to the records room. The vault's manuals are full of procedures. They explain what to do when a gauge reads too high, when a pump loses pressure, when an inventory shelf falls below its marked line. The manuals are useful. You have learned to respect them. Still, a manual cannot walk the corridor. It cannot notice that a resident has missed 2 meals because they are too tired to leave their room. It cannot hear a new vibration in a vent. It cannot decide that an old classroom should be closed because there are not enough people to clean it, heat it, and keep its lights in working order. That part belongs to the people who remain. The vault was built with departments because departments make a community look manageable on paper. Food production, maintenance, education, medical care, records, security, recreation. Each section had a room, a schedule, a supervisor, and a place in a long chain of authority. The old charts assumed enough residents to keep those lines separate. You have seen copies in the records room. Boxes connected by arrows. Staffing numbers beside each box. Training paths arranged years in advance. A child would complete lessons, enter an apprenticeship, earn a certification, and take their place in the vault's continuing routine. If one worker grew old, another would be ready. If a technician took ill, someone else would cover the shift. If a family needed help, the system had a role for the helper. The chart did not have much to say about what happened when the same person needed to grow lettuce in the morning, repair a water line before lunch, and spend the evening updating a ledger. It had even less to say about what happened when people became too important to lose from a single room for an hour. You rinse the toothbrush, return it to your pocket, and dry your hands on the towel fixed beside the sink. The towel is clean, but thin from repeated washing. You make a note to ask the laundry worker whether the supply cabinet still has spare cloth. Then you remember that the laundry worker is also assigned to medical support until midday. You will ask later. The corridor outside is brighter now. Morning lights have reached their full setting, casting an even glow over the floor. A pair of residents passes you on the way toward the lifts. One carries a clipboard. The other has a canvas tool bag that bumps softly against their knee. Garden first? The one with the clipboard asks. Maintenance first, you say. Garden after. They nod, as though this is exactly what they expected. In a smaller vault, everybody knows at least the shape of everybody else's day. You take the lift down 1 level to the administration corridor. The doors open onto the same broad passage where you left your bowl. The workboard has gathered a small crowd around it. No one is speaking loudly. There is no panic in the way people stand here. The board is simply part of morning, like washing, eating, and hearing the first bell. The overseer is at the far end with a pencil tucked behind one ear. Beside them stands the resident responsible for medical records, holding a narrow stack of forms. The kitchen worker has come out from the cafeteria, apron still tied around their waist. A gardener waits with damp soil on one sleeve. Near the wall, the woman from records has added the blinking light to a small list. The board is covered in names. Not many names. That is the trouble. Your first assignment is written under maintenance. Inspect the east ventilation filters. Check the corridor light panel on residential level 2 and look at the utility line near the garden pumps. Under food production, your name appears again. Hydroponics, late morning through midday. Harvest count, nutrient mix, lamp inspection. Under general support, after the evening meal, there is a final note beside your name. Water treatment rounds. The overseer notices you reading. The utility line comes first, they say. The garden can spare you for an hour. The filters too. The filters too. If the line is what it sounds like, ask for help before you start taking panels apart. You look at the pencil marks beside the tasks. A few have been circled. The circles mean priority. A square means inspection. A line through an assignment means it has been moved, usually because the person who was meant to do it has been sent somewhere more necessary. There are more lines than there used to be. The overseer takes the pencil from behind their ear and makes one more change. The woman from records is assigned to light cleaning on residential level 3. The kitchen worker is assigned to inventory the pantry after lunch. The resident with the tool bag is sent to help in the clinic for an hour, then to the lower pump station. No one complains. That is not because everyone enjoys doing 3 jobs. It is because the board is honest. It shows what needs doing, and it shows who is available to do it. The first bell has finished sounding. The breakfast bowls are washed. The vault has counted its food, its water, its waking residents, and the hours it has to spend. You take the maintenance clipboard from its hook beneath the board. The paper smells faintly of dust and disinfectant. On the first page are the usual boxes: time, location, condition, action taken, follow-up required. You write the morning date in the corner. Then you head toward the service lift, carrying the clipboard in one hand and a small tool case in the other, while behind you the workboard waits for the next pencil mark. The service lift is slow in the morning. Its doors close with a careful meeting of rubber seals, and the car begins to descend through the center of the vault. Behind the scratched metal grille, residential levels pass in brief slices. A corridor, a junction sign, a locked door with a strip of yellow paint across it. Another corridor, darker than the one above. The clipboard rests against your knee as the lift moves. Halfway down, it gives a soft chime and stops at the administration level. The usual route would take you farther, toward the utility corridors and the first inspection on your list. But the morning count is posted here, and every resident with a work assignment is expected to look at it before beginning the day. The lift doors part. Administration is not large. It was designed to be impressive rather than spacious, with clean panels, broad lettering, and a reception desk that has not received a visitor from outside the vault in longer than anyone can remember. The desk is still polished each week. The resident assigned to it dusts the surface, checks the intercom, changes the paper in the small message printer, and places the day's notices in their proper slots. Nobody has sat behind it for years. At the end of the hall, beside the overseer's office, is the population board. It is taller than you are. A sheet of thick glass protects a grid beneath it, divided into columns for living quarters, work certification, current assignment, medical restrictions, and training status. The board was made to be updated. Tiny cards slide into metal tracks. Colored markers show which people can work in hydroponics, sanitation, medicine, electrical maintenance, food preparation, records, education, and security. The system looks orderly from a distance. Up close, it looks crowded in the wrong way. There are too many markers beneath too many names. A person who once carried a blue strip for food service might now have a yellow strip for basic maintenance and a white strip for emergency water handling. A resident from the clinic may have a red medical marker, a green inventory marker, and a penciled note indicating that they can still operate the old diagnostic terminal if its screen starts flickering again. The board does not call anyone a replacement. It does not say that the original staffing plan has come apart. It only records what each person knows how to do. The overseer stands before the glass, with a ledger open on the narrow shelf below it. 2 other residents are there as well. One holds a stack of small cards. The other checks them against a handwritten list. You place your tool case on the floor and join the quiet line. This is the morning roll call. It is not performed in the cafeteria, with everyone standing in rows and answering loudly. There are not enough people for that, and there is no need to make a ceremony of a number everyone already feels. Instead, the count happens in pieces. Residents check in at their first assignment. The person responsible for each level confirms who has reported, who is delayed, who is in the clinic, who is teaching, who is resting, and who has been moved to another task. Then those small reports come here. The resident with the cards finds yours. Maintenance and food production, they say. You nod. Any restrictions? None. They make a mark beside your name. Training current for air handling? Current. Waterline isolation? Current. Hydroponics nutrient controls? Current. The questions are simple. Their purpose is not. A person can be present in the vault and still be unavailable for a certain kind of work. Someone may have an injured hand that makes fine repair difficult. Someone else may be needed in the clinic. A resident who understands the control room might be able to run a test, but not lift a filter housing or climb a service ladder. The population ledger has room for all of this, because vault-tec understood that people had limits. What it did not seem to understand was how much a small community would depend on every limit being remembered. The overseer turns a page in the ledger. Any change in level 3? The resident handling the cards shakes their head. All accounted for. 2 on cleaning, 1 on storage inspection, 1 still in the clinic, but cleared for light work later. The overseer writes this down. Food level? Everyone present. Water treatment? 1 late. They were reassigned to the pantry count. Another note goes into the ledger. The list continues. Not quickly, but steadily. The names are read in a low voice. Each one receives an answer. Here, on shift, teaching, resting, in the clinic, moved to another department. There is a difference between a vault having a small population and a vault knowing exactly how small it has become. In a larger place, a person can disappear into the ordinary movement of the day. They can take a longer break. They can change shifts. They can leave a tray in the cafeteria and trust that someone else will collect it. They can become known mostly to the people who work beside them. Here, there is no such distance. If you do not appear for a shift, the person waiting for you notices. If you miss a lesson, the instructor notices. If you do not collect your ration token, the kitchen worker notices. If your light stays off for too long, someone in your corridor notices that too. It can feel close, in a way that is comforting on some days and tiring on others. Every person is known. Every person is needed. The ledger on the shelf has been kept since before you were born. Its older pages are crisp and full. The handwriting changes from year to year, but the structure stays the same. There are columns for births, deaths, transfers, certifications, school completion, medical conditions, ration adjustments, and work readiness. At the beginning, the entries must have filled the pages. There were enough children for lessons to happen in groups, enough kitchen workers for meals to arrive in shifts, enough maintenance staff for one person to specialize in lights, while another handled filters, while another spent the day tracing the pipes behind the walls. The vault was planned around departments. It had a medical section, an education section, a security office, a laundry, a kitchen, a gardening crew, technicians, custodians, clerks, and a small group of administrators to keep the records straight. Each department had procedures. Each procedure assumed there would be someone assigned to it. That is the quiet promise built into a vault, not only that the doors will seal, or that the air will circulate, or that the lights will come on when the morning schedule begins. The deeper promise is that a stable number of people will continue doing the small jobs that make those larger systems useful. A water recycler does not inspect itself. A pantry does not count its own cans. A lesson plan does not teach a child without an adult in the room. The vault's machinery is old, but it is not mysterious. Most of it can be understood with diagrams, manuals, patience, and the right tools. The harder thing to preserve is the habit of looking after it. The person who remembers that the intake grate needs brushing before it makes a noise. The person who notices a missing bottle from the medical cabinet. The person who writes down what was used, what was fixed, and what must be checked again next week. Human labor is the system beneath the system. Vault-tec sold certainty in polished brochures and clean architectural drawings. It offered families a future measured in square footage, water reserves, food stores, and carefully numbered procedures. A vault could be represented as a complete world, a sealed shelter with a reactor, a clinic, a schoolroom, and enough supplies to carry a community forward. On paper, that world was neat. People appeared as figures in a chart. So many adults, so many children, so many trained workers entering each age group at the proper time, so many meals per day, so many hours of maintenance, so many beds occupied, then vacated, then occupied again. The chart could show balance. It could not show fatigue. It could not show what happens when the person trained to repair a pump is also needed to teach a class, sort the medical supplies, and help harvest fungus before the lamps cycle down. It could not show how knowledge narrows when fewer people carry it. It could not show that a community is not merely a population total. It is a web of people who know different things, trust different people, and remember different parts of the place where they live. The vault's original planners accounted for consumption with great care. They calculated calories, filtration cycles, power use, storage volume, and waste processing. They could assign every resident a number. But a number does not tell you who can repair a damaged hinge without stripping the screw. It does not tell you who has the patience to sit with an anxious patient in the clinic. It does not tell you who remembers the old food-growing schedule before the garden level was reduced. It does not tell you who can look at a crowded workboard and see that one task may wait until tomorrow, while another cannot. That knowledge lives in people. And as the number of people falls, each remaining person becomes less anonymous. The overseer finishes the final page. For a moment, nobody speaks. The administration corridor is filled with small sounds instead. The ventilation fan behind the reception desk. The faint click of the ledger closing. The lift beginning another slow trip somewhere above. Then the overseer looks at the board. Today's available labor total is unchanged, they say. It is a plain statement. No one reacts as if it is good news or bad news. Unchanged means the day can proceed as planned, more or less. It means nobody has been moved unexpectedly into the clinic. It means there is no new restriction beside a name. It means the scheduled work can be divided among the hands that are here. The resident with the cards slides yours back into place. Your row is narrow. Your name, your room assignment, your training colors, and the small notes that determine where you will spend the hours ahead. You look at the other rows. There are empty tracks where cards once sat. Some have been covered with blank metal plates. Others remain open, waiting for an update that has not come. The empty spaces are not dramatic. They are just spaces. But once you notice them, they are difficult to stop noticing. The records clerk begins copying the morning total into a smaller book that will go to the control room. One number for the whole vault, another number for active workers, another for those in training, another for residents who need lighter duties. The figures are useful. They help the overseer decide whether a corridor can stay open, whether the garden needs another pair of hands, whether someone can be spared to sort the archive, whether the next repair should be attempted now or postponed until there are more parts and more time. But the figures cannot decide what comes next. They cannot tell the vault whether it should remain closed forever. They cannot tell it whether the old rules still fit the people who live under them. They cannot create another trained mechanic, another cook, another teacher, another person willing to take the late shift when the board has too many circles beside too few names. The ledger can count who is left. It cannot explain how to become enough again. The overseer notices you waiting near the lift. Your first round is still on, they say. Ventilation, east corridor lights, utility line 7, hydroponics after that. You lift your clipboard. Understood. Record anything that looks like it may become a problem. That instruction is always given in one form or another. Not because the overseer expects disaster around every corner. The vault has lasted by refusing to turn every loose screw into a crisis. But small things are easier to handle when they are written down. A damp patch beneath a pipe. A lamp that takes an extra second to brighten. A door seal that has begun to stiffen. A resident who has learned a new task and should be marked for it on the board. You pick up the tool case. As you step back into the lift, you see the population board through the narrowing doors. Its colored strips and penciled notes are bright against the administration wall. It is a map of the work that remains arranged around the people available to do it. The doors close. The lift carries you down toward the maintenance levels, where the pipes do not care how many names are on the roster, and where the day's first repair is waiting. The lift settles with a mild shudder beneath your feet. When the doors part, the maintenance level receives you with its usual mixture of warm metal, clean dust, and the faint mineral smell of water moving somewhere behind the walls. This part of the vault has never been meant to be comfortable. The corridors are narrower than the residential levels, the ceilings lower, the paint more practical. Blue and yellow lines run beside the floor, marking water, power, and ventilation routes. Most residents know the colors well enough to follow them in an emergency. Only a few know where every line begins, where it crosses another, and what happens if a pressure gauge starts moving in the wrong direction. There used to be a technician assigned to ventilation, another to water treatment, and a small custodial crew responsible for lights, floors, filters, and the slow accumulation of dust in places no one sees. The old work charts are still stored in a cabinet near the lift. Their columns are tidy. Their job titles are specific. Their shifts overlap by half an hour so that one worker can tell the next what has changed. Now the chart is a dry erase board with names written beside several colored markers. Your name appears in blue, green, and yellow. Ventilation first. The filter room is behind a thick service door with a wheel handle at its center. You turn it slowly, feeling the old mechanism resist before it gives. Inside, the air is warmer. Fans occupy the far wall in a row, each enclosed behind a metal grill. They do not roar. They produce a layered, steady sound, more felt through the soles of your boots than heard. A ventilation system does not need admiration. It needs attention. You set down the tool case, open the inspection panel, and look at the indicator lights. 2 are green. 1 has been green only after a slight flicker for the past week, which is why you have brought a pencil as well as a wrench. The 4th lamp is dark because that fan serves a section of the residential wing that no longer opens except for scheduled inspections. You write the time on your clipboard. Then you check the gauges. Airflow is steady. Temperature is steady. The pressure difference across the main filter has risen a little since yesterday. Not enough to change the filter yet. Not enough to wake anyone before their shift. But enough to note. You unlatch the lower panel and slide out the first filter frame. Fine grey dust has gathered across the layered mesh. The vault is sealed, but sealed does not mean clean. Fabric sheds. Paper breaks down. Soil travels from the garden level on boots and cuffs. Every repair sends a little grit into the air. Every person adds warmth, moisture, breath, and the ordinary debris of living. You brush the frame with a soft-handled tool, catching the dust in a tray before it can drift into the fan housing. The work is slow because rushing it creates more work later. When the mesh looks clear enough, you replace it and move to the next frame. The manuals call this preventive maintenance. That phrase has a calmness to it. Preventive. As though the future can be kept orderly by tightening a clamp on time and wiping a sensor before it fails. In a vault, often it can. Not forever, and not perfectly, but for another day. Sometimes another month. The people who designed these systems understood that machines wore down. They understood that filters clogged and seals hardened and electrical contacts gathered corrosion. What they trusted, perhaps too easily, was that there would always be a trained person nearby to notice. The vault is full of machinery built to make survival possible. Pumps bring water through treatment lines. Fans keep air circulating. Lamps allow crops to grow far below the surface. Doors separate one section from another. Terminals hold instructions for systems installed before anyone now alive was born. Yet the machinery does not care for itself. A filter must be removed by someone who remembers the order of the latches. A floor drain must be cleared by someone willing to kneel beside it with a brush. A pressure gauge must be read by someone who recognizes that a small change matters, because it is different from yesterday. The most advanced vault still relies on routine human attention, not heroic attention. Not the kind that earns a plaque or a recorded announcement, just the repeated decision to look closely. When the vault had more people, much of this work disappeared into the background. A resident could wake, eat, go to a lesson or a shift, return home, and assume the air would remain fresh. They did not need to know who changed the filters, who logged the readings, or who walked the utility corridors after midnight. Now the person eating breakfast beside you may also be the person who keeps the lamps over the fungus beds working. The resident who prepares medical supplies may spend an afternoon learning the valves in the water room. There are fewer hands, so the hands that remain are easier to see. You close the final filter panel and listen. The fans continue at the same patient pitch. On the clipboard, you write that the third intake filter should be inspected again in 2 days. Not replaced. There are spare filters in storage, sealed in plastic and stacked in labeled bins. The vault has enough for years, perhaps longer, if they are used carefully. But supplies are not an excuse for waste. A replacement filter is useful only once. A cleaned filter may be useful many times. The distinction matters more now than it did when the storerooms felt endless. Back in the corridor, you follow the yellow line toward the east residential level. The overhead lamps brighten in sequence as your Pip-Boy signal reaches the motion sensors. A few years ago, every lamp along this stretch stayed lit from morning to evening. The change is modest, the overseer says. It saves power, reduces heat, and extends the life of the bulbs. You suspect it also makes the empty corridors feel more empty. The first light comes on above you with a quiet click. Then the second. Then the third. At the junction ahead, one lamp remains dark. You stop beneath it and open the tool case again. The bulb itself is old but intact. You can tell from the faint rattle when you tap the housing. The problem is likely in the connection behind the cover. You unfold the small step stool, climb 2 steps, and loosen the retaining screws one at a time. A former electrical technician showed you this task last year. Their hands had been quick and sure, though they always made you repeat the procedure yourself. Never trust memory after seeing something once, they had said. You do not remember the exact words as much as the method. Turn off the local circuit. Test it. Remove the cover. Look before touching anything. Clean the contact. Tighten only as much as needed. The technician is no longer on the board. Their training remains in the vault, partly in the printed manual, and partly in the way you hold the screwdriver. The connection is tarnished. You clean it with a cloth, check the wire insulation, then secure the contact, and restore the circuit. The lamp gives a soft buzz before it steadies into pale light. You climb down and mark the repair complete. One working lamp in a corridor that sees little traffic might seem like a small victory. It is small. That is the point. The vault continues because enough small work is done before it becomes large work. The east corridor leads past several closed doors. Each has a strip of tape across its access panel, marked with the date of its last inspection. Some rooms contain bunks and personal lockers left untouched until the committee decides what should happen to the stored belongings. Some have already been cleared and converted into supply rooms. One former family unit is now used for spare linens, cleaning cloths, and boxes of unopened soap. At the far end of the level, a faint tapping sound reaches you from behind the wall. You stand still and listen again. Tap, tap, tap. Not a sharp sound. More like water falling at regular intervals onto metal. Utility line 7 runs behind the panel beside the emergency stairwell. The assignment board had listed it in yellow, which means inspect soon. Red means act now. Green means routine. Yellow is where most of the vault's work lives. Not broken, not safe enough to forget. You unlock the panel and pull it open. The pipe inside is insulated along most of its length. Near a joining collar, the material is darkened by dampness. A small bead of water gathers at the seam, swells, and falls into the tray below. Tap. The tray is doing its job. So is the drain beneath it. There is no spreading puddle, no drop in pressure, no urgent alarm. But the collar has begun to fail, and the longer it is left alone, the more difficult the repair will become. You crouch beside the line and run your fingers along the outside of the insulation, careful not to disturb the joint. The pipe is cool. The leak is clean water, already treated and moving toward the residential level. A few decades ago, perhaps, a water technician would have taken over from here. They would have consulted the service log, ordered a replacement collar from stores, and scheduled a brief shutdown while another worker informed the affected level. Today, you are the technician available. You turn to the clipboard. The maintenance handbook has a page for this repair. You know where it is because you copied the procedure into your own notes during training. Isolate the branch line. Close the upstream valve. Place the catch basin. Remove the worn collar. Fit the new seal. Reopen slowly. Check pressure. Record the part number. It is manageable work. That does not mean it is simple. The difficulty is not in turning a wrench. The difficulty is deciding when the vault can spare the water interruption, whether the required part should be used now, and whether someone else needs to be present in case the old valve refuses to close cleanly. You glance at the wall clock. Hydroponics begins before midday. The growing trays need their nutrient readings taken, and the worker there is already covering part of the kitchen shift after lunch. You could repair the leak now and arrive late to the garden. Or you could place an absorbent wrap beneath the collar. Mark the line for a controlled repair in the afternoon, and keep the food schedule intact. This is how the vault asks its remaining people to think. Not in terms of one task at a time, but in terms of consequences. A delayed repair might become a larger repair. A missed reading in hydroponics might waste a tray of seedlings. An absent cook means someone eats later. A tired medic makes a note twice because there is no second clerk to catch a mistake. The old plans assumed enough residents that each concern could be handed to its proper department. The vault no longer has departments in that sense. It has people, tools, and a day that must be arranged. You take the absorbent wrap from the case and secure it under the collar. It will catch the slow drip and make any change easier to see. Then you write a clear note for the board. Utility line 7. Minor leak at collar. Branch isolation needed. Repair scheduled after hydroponics. Request second pair of hands. You hesitate over the last line. A second pair of hands is not always available. Still, asking matters. The board cannot make another resident appear, but it can show the work as it truly is. If someone with a free hour sees the note, they may come. If nobody comes, the overseer will know that the repair took longer because one person did it alone. You close the panel and secure the latch. The corridor lights are fully awake now. Somewhere above, the first shift is moving through the cafeteria, carrying cups and clipboards, exchanging assignments in low voices. The vault has begun its daily work of keeping itself habitable. You pick up the tool case and head toward the garden level. Before the lift doors close, you look once more at the yellow line on the floor. It disappears around the bend, passing through walls and rooms you will not visit today. Water continues through it, measured and treated and expected at the other end. For the moment, the leak is contained. For the moment, that is enough. The lift begins to rise. Soon there will be the bright lamps of hydroponics, the wet smell of nutrient tanks, and the careful question of how much food a smaller vault should grow. The lift opens onto a warmer floor. The garden level is not warm in the way the surface must be warm when the sun is high. You know the surface only from old instructional films, weather reports that arrive through a crackling receiver, and the few pictures pinned in the classroom before that room was closed. This warmth has no sky behind it. It comes from lamps, pumps, pipes, and the slow labor of machines that have been running longer than anyone in the vault has been alive. The air carries damp metal, green leaves, and the faint sour note of nutrient solution. After the dry corridors above, it feels almost like entering another building. The hydroponic supervisor is already at the central work table, sorting seed packets into shallow trays. Once, the garden level had a full shift crew. There had been people assigned to planting, people assigned to the nutrient tanks, people assigned to harvest records, people assigned to washing the tools before they went back into storage. Now there are 4 residents in the room, including you, and one of them arrived only because the medical station had a quiet morning. Nobody remarks on it. Nobody needs to. Your workboard assignment has been copied onto a small slate near the door. First, inspect the lamp bank above the east planters. Then, help adjust the flow rate through the root beds. After that, record the harvest from the fungus racks and carry the day's figures to the cafeteria. The hydroponics supervisor looks up as you set down your tool case. Utility line 7? They ask. Contained until after this shift, you say. It needs another person for the isolation. They nod once. A note is added beside your name on the slate. Not approval exactly. Not sympathy. Just a fact placed where everyone can see it. The first job is the lamps. You take the narrow service path between 2 long growing beds. Leaves brush your sleeves as you pass. The plants are arranged in orderly strips, each bed marked with a laminated tag. Leafy greens, root vegetables, herbs, beans. The labels are old enough that their corners have curled, but the letters remain clear. The vault has always been good at preserving instructions. Instructions are easier to preserve than the number of people needed to follow them. Above you, the lamps cast a pale, steady light. Each fixture is protected by a wire cage, and each cage has a latch that can be opened with a flat tool. You climb the short maintenance step, release the latch, and inspect the tubes one by one. 2 are dimmer than the rest. Not dead. Not yet. Their light has taken on a weak blue tint, and the leaves below them are angled toward the brighter fixtures nearby. You write down the lamp numbers, then check the storage cabinet at the end of the row. There are replacement tubes inside, wrapped in paper and stacked with the care of things that cannot be casually replaced. The inventory sheet says there are 12. You count 11. For a moment, you wonder whether the sheet is wrong, whether someone moved one to another cabinet, whether a tube was used, and the record never changed. Then you remember that no answer will appear just because you stand in front of the shelf. You make a note. 11 remaining. 2 installed today. 1 inventory discrepancy. The hydroponics supervisor will see it later. The overseer may see it after that. This is how a small problem begins its journey through the vault. First, it becomes a pencil mark. Then a discussion. Then, if there is no spare part and no way to make one, it becomes a reason to change the plan. You fit the new tubes into place and close the cage. The light below brightens by a degree that is hard to notice until you look at the nearby leaves. Their color seems less tired. The garden level is a reminder that food does not simply appear because there are machines around it. The vault's brochures probably made hydroponics look effortless. A clean room, green rows, happy residents carrying baskets beneath a ceiling of gentle lamps. The actual work is less dramatic and more demanding. Someone must inspect the lamps before they fail. Someone must clean the intake screens on the pumps. Someone must watch the water temperature and test the nutrient mix. Someone must notice when a tray is too wet, when a leaf has pale spots, when a fungus bed has begun to dry at one edge. And someone must record every harvest, every seed used, every packet opened from long-term stores. The technology makes underground growing possible. Regular human attention makes it continue. A vault can have a water recycler, a reactor, a seed bank, and enough printed manuals to fill a room. None of those things walk down here at the beginning of a shift. None of them wipe a spill before it becomes residue on the floor. None of them remember that the west pump has been making a different sound since yesterday. The same is true of the whole place. The ventilation system needs its filters changed by hands. The medical station needs supplies counted by hands. The cafeteria needs meals portioned by hands. Even the records room, full of cabinets and terminals and old forecasts, needs somebody to decide which paper matters enough to keep. When the vault held more people, much of this work could disappear into the background. A resident might know only their own department. The person who cooked breakfast did not need to understand the lamp schedule. The person who repaired a corridor light did not need to know which crops were being held back for seed. That separation has been fading for years. In a smaller vault, every job has edges that touch another job. The kitchen worker learns which greens spoil first. The medic learns how to recognize a failed water seal. The records clerk learns the names of the pump parts. The maintenance worker learns which trays cannot wait until tomorrow. You climb down from the step and carry the old lamp tubes to the salvage bin. Nothing is thrown away without being checked. The metal ends may be useful. The wiring may be useful. Even the glass, if it can be safely stored, may one day answer a problem nobody has thought of yet. At the central tanks, the medical station resident is holding a test strip beside a color chart. The supervisor watches the result in silence. "Too high?" you ask. "Not high," the supervisor says. Drifting. That is a word people use often in the vault. A reading drifts. A schedule drifts. A repair date drifts because someone is needed elsewhere. It means nothing has failed outright, but nothing can be left alone either. You set your tool case beside the tank and inspect the flow gauge. The needle sits just below the marked line. A small adjustment is needed, not a dramatic one. You turn the valve with 2 fingers, wait for the gauge to respond, then stop before the needle reaches the center. The supervisor checks your work and gives a short nod. Across the room, one of the other residents is lifting lettuce from a shallow bed, shaking loose droplets from the roots before placing each head into a crate. There are fewer crates than the garden level once produced in a day. That is not necessarily bad. Fewer mouths require less food. Less food means fewer trays need to be planted. Fewer lamps need to burn. Fewer nutrients need to be mixed. The arithmetic has another side. A smaller harvest also leaves less room for mistakes. When there are fewer residents, each person's work matters more. A missed planting date cannot be absorbed by a larger crew. A spoiled tray is not one small loss among many. It changes the meal plan. It changes the seed reserve. It may change what the cafeteria serves for the next week. You move to the fungus racks, where the air is cooler and the lamps are dimmer. The racks rise in narrow shelves from floor to ceiling, each holding shallow growing blocks. The fungus is not beautiful exactly, but it is dependable. It grows in conditions that would disappoint most crops. It asks for care, but not sunlight. It turns the vault's controlled dampness into something edible. A clipboard hangs from the end of the first rack. You write the date, then begin the count. The work is slow because it has to be. You do not guess at a harvest. You do not round upward because the cafeteria could use good news. Each tray is weighed, each usable portion marked, each section that needs another day left in place. The numbers will travel from this clipboard to the kitchen ledger, from the kitchen ledger to the weekly ration plan, and from there to the overseer's meeting table. For people on the upper levels, lunch is lunch. A tray, a bowl, a cup of treated water. On this floor, lunch begins as weight and timing. Underground food security rests on several systems at once. There are stored goods, preserved against years when the gardens produce less. There are seeds, carefully counted, because a seed is both a meal that has been delayed and a promise that the next season can begin. There is treated water, circulated through pipes and tanks. There are nutrient supplies that cannot be wished into existence when the cabinet runs low. There is space beneath the lamps, which must be divided between crops that feed people today and crops that provide seeds for later. And there is labor. A vault can reduce its food output when its population falls, but it cannot reduce attention in the same simple way. In some respects, fewer residents create more work per person. A tray still needs checking whether it feeds 10 people or 20. A pump still needs cleaning. A harvest still needs recording. The garden level becomes smaller in volume, but not in responsibility. The old plan for the vault likely assumed stable family groups, predictable training cycles, and enough residents to replace one another over time. There would be apprentices for every trade. There would be enough hands for the kitchen, enough hands for maintenance, enough hands for the garden, enough hands for the unseen tasks that prevent a sealed place from becoming difficult to live in. But people are not entries in a chart. They get sick. They age into different work. They discover that a task once done by 3 residents can be managed by 2, until it cannot. They leave a post because another part of the vault needs them more. They carry knowledge that was never written down as neatly as the manuals promised. The garden has adapted because it has to. Several rows near the far wall are no longer planted every cycle. Their lamps remain off until needed. The empty beds are cleaned, covered, and checked during inspections. Nothing is abandoned. Abandonment is too expensive underground. But not everything receives the same amount of power, water, or time that it once did. The hydroponic supervisor comes over to inspect your clipboard. Enough for lunch? They ask. Enough for lunch, you say. And some greens for tomorrow. Seeds? You point to the 2 trays left untouched near the back. Those stay. The supervisor studies the figures for a moment. Then they write a small mark beside the seed trays on the board. Protected. That mark matters. It means that no matter what the cafeteria requests, those plants are not to be harvested early. It means the vault has chosen tomorrow's growing cycle over one fuller meal today. Such decisions are made quietly. No alarm sounds. Nobody gathers beneath a red light. A pencil moves across a page, and a resident accepts that dinner will be a little plainer because the next planting must continue. By the time the shift reaches its middle, the crates are ready for the kitchen. You take one with another resident at the opposite handle. The weight is manageable, though the crate is awkward in the narrow aisle. You move carefully past the planters, past the tanks, past the service door that leads toward the storage rooms. On the way out, you pass a section of growing beds that has been cleared and covered. The lamps above it are dark. The other resident notices you looking. Maybe next cycle, they say. Maybe, you answer. The covered beds are not a failure. They are a reserve. A place held in readiness for a future the vault has not yet decided how to meet. If more people return to the work roster, if the door committee finds a way to trade, if the community changes its mind about how much food it needs to produce for itself, those lamps can come back on. For now, the quiet rows remain. At the cafeteria receiving counter, the cook is waiting alone with the scale and a stack of washed bowls. Once, the kitchen crew would have been moving around one another in this room. One person would prepare the roots, another would portion the greens, another would handle the preserved goods and watch the heating unit. Today the cook takes the crate, weighs its contents, and writes the total in a ledger. You saved the seed trays? They ask. We did. The cook nods, already adjusting the meal plan in their head. There is no complaint. The people who remain have learned that every useful skill belongs partly to everyone else. The cook understands the garden numbers. The garden crew understands the kitchen's limits. The maintenance notes on your board will matter to both of them before the day is over. You leave the cafeteria with damp marks on your sleeves and a faint green smell clinging to your hands. The garden level continues behind you, lamps shining over trays that will not be harvested for days, maybe weeks. Somewhere below, water moves through utility line 7 beneath its temporary wrap. The vault is feeding fewer people now. That does not make the work smaller. The route back to the maintenance level takes you through a corridor that used to be busy at this hour. The signs are still fixed to the walls. Education wing, recreation room, family residences, laundry. The lettering is clean and official, made to last longer than the people who first read it. Overhead, only every third ceiling panel is lit. The active lights make small islands on the floor, and between them the corridor settles into a soft grey. Your workboard has one new line added beneath the valve inspection. Residential Level 3. Reduced Access Survey. It sounds like an office task. In practice, it means walking through rooms that no one has used in years, making sure they are empty in the useful sense of the word. Not merely unoccupied. Safe, dry, powered down where they can be. Free of dust build-up around vents, standing water beneath pipes, loose fittings, spoiled stores, or the small mechanical problems that become larger when nobody notices them. A closed room is still part of the vault. That is the first thing you learn when the population begins to shrink. People talk about empty space as if it is a gift. More room in the cafeteria, a quieter bunk area, fewer people waiting at the wash stations. But every room has a door seal, a light panel, an air vent, a section of flooring, and pipes hidden behind its walls. Every room asks, in its own silent way, to be remembered. You stop at the security gate, leading into the old classroom corridor. The gate is not locked permanently. Nothing important is ever locked permanently in a vault, not if someone may need to reach it during a repair. Instead, the access panel asks for your work code. You enter it, wait for the old mechanism to think, and hear the bolts pull back one by one. Beyond the gate, the air is a little cooler. The lights rise slowly as you walk in, responding to motion after a delay that always feels longer than it is. The classroom door stands open. Inside are rows of small desks bolted to the floor, each with a shallow groove where generations of children rested their elbows while copying lessons from a wall screen. There are no children in this room now. The last regular class moved to the active residential level because there were too few students to justify keeping this wing lit all day. The instructor carries a portable terminal between rooms. The old school has become a place for inventory. Its cupboards hold spare paper, cleaned chalk sticks, a box of replacement projector bulbs, and a stack of plastic-covered emergency lesson plans that nobody has opened in a long time. You make a note of the room temperature. You hold your hand near the vent and feel the air moving across your knuckles. The flow is steady. The light panel above the teacher's desk flickers once before settling. You add that to the list as well. It would be easy to say that a vault runs on its reactor. That is how the brochures probably described it. A sealed underground home, powered by dependable pre-war engineering, protected from the weather and the uncertainty above. But power is only the beginning. Electricity has to be routed. Fixtures have to be cleaned. Filters have to be changed before they clog. Doors need grease in their tracks. Water has to move where it is supposed to move, and nowhere else. A room that has no one sleeping in it can still waste heat. A corridor with no regular foot traffic can still collect dust around an intake vent. A storage closet can become a problem simply because everyone assumes someone else checked it. The vault's machines do not manage themselves. They were designed to reduce labor, not remove it. And that difference matters more now than it did when every department had enough people to keep its own routines. In a full vault, one person might spend an entire shift inspecting environmental controls. Another might handle lighting schedules. A third might oversee cleaning crews. The work could be divided until each resident knew a narrow part of a larger system. Now, the same few hands move between systems. You know enough about ventilation to notice a weak fan. You know enough about food production to spot a pump that is running too warm. The cook can read the daily ration figures. The medical technician can replace a damaged wall sensor. The records clerk knows where the oldest maintenance diagrams are stored and has learned to recognize the sound of a pipe that needs attention. Nobody is an expert in everything. That would be impossible. But the vault has become a place where partial knowledge is passed around carefully, and where asking for help is less embarrassing than pretending you understand. You leave the classroom and continue toward the recreation room. The door here has been shut, though not sealed. A maintenance strip across the frame tells you it was inspected 3 weeks ago. You remove the strip, open the door, and wait for the lights. The room was built for noise. There is a low stage at one end, with a curtain that has faded from blue to a tired grey. Folding chairs sit in stacked rows against the wall. A few board games remain on a shelf near the old refreshment counter, their boxes worn soft at the corners. The screen for movie nights is rolled up above the stage. It has not been lowered in months. The recreation room was one of the first places to close on a regular basis. Not because people stopped needing rest, or stories, or somewhere to sit together. Those things may matter more in a small community than they ever did in a crowded one. But the active cafeteria can serve as a meeting hall. The classroom can hold lessons. A corner of the garden level has a bench where people sometimes talk after their shift. Keeping this room ready costs more than opening the door. The air has to circulate. The cleaning schedule has to include it. The lighting system has to be tested. Any leak from the pipework above the stage could ruin supplies before anyone sees it. When there are fewer workers, every task has to answer a plain question. Does this need attention today, or can it wait without making tomorrow harder? You walk the room slowly. The floor is clean, though a thin line of dust has gathered beneath the chair stacks. You run a cloth along the edge of the refreshment counter. Dry, no signs of pests. The emergency light over the far exit glows green. At the stage, you find a loose cover plate near an old wall speaker. It is a small repair. The screws have worked free, perhaps from vibration in the ductwork. You could fix it now. It would take 5 minutes, maybe 10 if the right screwdriver is not in your belt. You kneel, tighten the screws, and write down the replacement part number anyway. The cover plate is still usable. The screws are still usable. But the thread in one hole feels worn, and the vault has learned not to call something fine, merely because it is working at the moment. Past the recreation room is residential level 3. The hallway begins with a painted mural of a bright outdoor park. There are green trees, a blue sky, and a family sitting beside a picnic blanket. The paint has held up better than it should have. The people who made it had access to proper brushes, full-color pigments, and enough spare time to cover an underground wall with a picture of somewhere none of them had seen. The first set of doors is marked for family quarters. Most are open. Their interiors have been cleared of personal belongings and made ready for storage. The vault does not throw away a functional room. It changes the room's purpose. One former bedroom holds sealed bins of uniforms sorted by size. Another contains folded bedding, carefully tagged, because fabric wears out and the active residents cannot afford to treat spare blankets as clutter. A third has become a dry store for replacement filters, wrapped in waxed material and lifted on shelves above the floor. You inspect each one without lingering too long. Some doors remain shut. Those rooms are not abandoned. They belong to residents who have moved into the active wing, but have not yet decided what to do with the things they left behind. A person may sleep closer to the work levels now, sharing a smaller corridor with others, while still keeping a room in the old wing full of books, a chair, old clothing, a shelf made by a relative, or the particular arrangement of objects that once made the vault feel larger. The overseer's rules allow for this, at least for now. There is a difference between consolidating a community and erasing its traces. Near the end of the hall, you find the corridor marker that needs changing. The old sign says Residential Level 3, Open Access. The new sign, carried under your arm in a padded sleeve, says Reduced Access, Inspection Entry Only. You set it against the wall and take out the mounting tool. This is not a dramatic moment. Nobody has gathered to watch. There is no announcement over the speaker system. The corridor does not change when the words are fastened into place. It remains a corridor with doors, vents, pipes, and a mural of a park. Still, the sign does something to the space. It says that this part of the vault is no longer part of the ordinary day. You will not cut through here on the way to breakfast. Children will not race down this hall after lessons. Someone who needs a quiet place to think will not choose the recreation room unless they ask for access first. The wing has moved from lived space to managed space. That is how a small population reshapes a vault. Not all at once. Not with one great failure. It happens through schedules, access codes, lighting plans, and decisions made at a work board before breakfast. The vault was built with the assumption that more people would always mean more pressure, more mouths to feed, more water to clean, more rooms to maintain. In some ways, that is true. A smaller population stretches the food stores further. It leaves more water in reserve. It gives the hydroponics crew room to reduce a planting cycle without risking the next meal. But fewer people also means fewer eyes. A full corridor has residents who hear a strange sound at night. A classroom in use has someone who notices when the vent begins to rattle. A recreation room has people who report a failing light because they are sitting beneath it. In an empty wing, a loose screw can remain loose for months. A slow drip can become a stain. A stain can become damp insulation. Damp insulation can turn a simple repair into a long afternoon with the panels open. The savings from closing a section are real. So are the costs. The vault's reactor continues to make power whether the recreation room is full or empty, but power still has a path to travel. Each active light draws a little from the system. Each climate-controlled room asks for more. Each ventilation fan needs inspection and cleaning. By reducing access, the overseer can lower the lighting schedule, narrow the heating range, and direct routine cleaning toward the places people actually use. It is not about making the vault dark. It is about concentrating care. The active levels stay bright enough for work. The wash stations remain warm. The cafeteria still has light over every occupied table. The garden lamps run on their schedule because plants do not care how many people are left to eat them. Water treatment stays fully powered because there is no smaller version of clean water. But in the unused wing, lights wake only for inspections. Air moves at a lower setting. Doors stay closed. The vault spends less energy pretending every room is still part of daily life. You finish mounting the sign and step back to make sure it is level. It is. At the far end of the corridor, one ceiling panel has failed to rise with the rest. You add it to your list. Not urgent. The hallway has enough light for an inspection, and the fixture itself can wait until the next parts check. You have learned to make such decisions without pretending they are easy. Every repair competes with another repair. Every hour has fewer people inside it than it once did. Your next stop is the old laundry room. It has been reduced to 2 active machines, with the others drained, cleaned, and covered for preservation. The smaller population makes this possible. There are fewer uniforms, fewer towels, fewer sheets. Yet the remaining machines work harder than anyone expected because many residents now take on dirtier, broader jobs. Garden work, pipe work, filter cleaning, kitchen duty. A person who once wore one uniform through one kind of shift may now need 2 in a day. You inspect the inactive machines first. Their doors are propped open to keep the seals from sticking. Their hoses are dry. Their control panels are covered in cloth. They are not dead equipment. They are waiting equipment. That distinction has become important in the vault. Waiting equipment can return. Waiting rooms can reopen. Waiting skills can be taught again. The empty levels are not a graveyard for the past. They are a reserve, although reserves only remain useful when someone keeps track of them. When you return to the active corridor, the difference is immediate. You hear voices before you reach the gate. Someone is pushing a supply cart toward the garden level. The cart's wheels click over a seam in the floor. A pair of residents stand at the wall board, comparing the afternoon assignments. The smell of the cafeteria meal has begun to travel through the ventilation, warm and earthy, with a trace of boiled roots. The active part of the vault feels smaller than it did this morning. Not smaller because it has changed in the last few hours. Smaller because you have just walked through all the space around it. The rooms held in reserve, the darkened hallways, the places that still need care without offering much back. You pass through the gate as it closes behind you. On your board, there is one more task before lunch. Records room, archive inventory support. You look once toward the reduced access sign, now fixed in place at the end of the quiet hall. Then you turn toward the occupied levels, where the lights are on, the pipes are being watched, and every person still has somewhere to be. The records room can wait until after the meal. That is what the board says, anyway. Archive inventory support begins at 1300, and the cafeteria opens a little before noon. In a vault built for a much larger population, there was once a staggered meal schedule. different departments ate at different times, so the serving line would not clog, so the tables would turn over, so the kitchen crew could keep the trays moving without a rush. There is no need for that now. You follow the occupied corridor toward the cafeteria with the same small group you passed at the gate. The supply cart is headed there too, its shelves carrying clean bowls, a covered pot, and 2 crates of something from hydroponics. The person pushing it used to work only in food service. Now they spend 2 mornings a week in the garden level and 1 afternoon helping the medical attendant keep the wash stations supplied. Nobody says this is unusual anymore. The cafeteria doors are open. They do not need to be opened in shifts or held by someone standing beside a control panel. The room beyond them is broad enough to make your footsteps sound thin. Long tables run beneath ceiling lights that have been switched on only over the first half of the room. The far side sits in a gentle grey dimness. Its chairs are stacked upside down on tabletops, their metal legs pointing toward the ceiling. At one time, every table was meant to hold a section of the vault at once. Children from the school level, technicians ending a night shift, residents assigned to laundry, sanitation, records, security, food production, and medical support. The room was arranged to make a population feel organized. Now, all the people eating lunch can sit along 3 tables near the serving counter. The meal is practical. A bowl of thick vegetable stew made from roots, greens, fungus protein, and a little preserved seasoning from a carefully guarded store. There is a square of dense bread beside it, cut from a tray baked that morning. Water is served in clear cups, each one filled to the same line. The person behind the counter marks your ration token with a hand stamp before sliding the bowl toward you. The token is not money. It cannot buy you a second meal or a better seat. It is simply a record that food has been collected, one more small piece of evidence for the inventory ledger. In a sealed vault, the difference matters. Currency is useful when strangers need a common way to compare goods. A token is useful when the kitchen needs to know how many bowls it served. You take a place near the middle of the nearest table. Around you, the conversation begins in pieces. Someone from the garden level says the upper lamp rack has been flickering again. A resident from maintenance replies that the fixture is on tomorrow's list, unless the pump training runs long. The medical attendant asks whether anyone has seen a box of clean wrapping cloth that should have been returned to storage. A voice farther down the table complains, without much force, that the roots have become smaller this month. They are the same roots, says the garden worker. They are smaller in spirit. That earns a few quiet laughs. It is not a loud room. The old cafeteria was designed to absorb noise from many people, and the empty space around your table swallows most of the conversation before it can rise. Still, there is a comfort in hearing ordinary complaints. The lamp rack, the missing cloth, the bread's hard edge. These are problems that can be written on a board, assigned to someone, and crossed out later. No one at the table says that there are fewer people than there were last year. Nobody needs to. The reduced access sign has been placed. The morning roll call has been completed. Another corridor now belongs to the long list of spaces inspected only when necessary. The fact of the vault's smaller population is present in the cafeteria, without becoming the subject of every sentence. It is there, in the empty tables, in the one person serving food where a crew once worked, in the way every conversation eventually turns toward a task. The resident beside you breaks their bread into small pieces before eating it. Archive after this? They ask. You nod. Try not to let them give you all the old family projections. They have family projections. They have projections for everything. That is believable. The records room contains the vault's memory in paper, tape, terminals, binders, printed forms, and shelves of old maintenance manuals. It also contains the future as people once imagined it. Population charts, training plans, consumption estimates, repair forecasts, lists of names that assumed there would always be more names after them. The resident lowers their voice a little. They found another door inventory sheet this morning. From where? From the control room. It was in the drawer with the sensor reports. You glance toward the front of the cafeteria. The overseer is seated at the end of the nearest table, eating the same stew as everyone else. The difference is not in the meal. It is in the stack of papers beside their bowl. They have not touched most of it. A water report lies on top, with a pencil resting across the page. Beside it is a maintenance request, then a list of names, then something folded into quarters. The door inventory sheet may be one of those papers. For years, perhaps generations, the vault's main door has been treated as a fact rather than a question. It is sealed. The vault remains closed. That is the rule from which all the other rules flow. The food is grown inside because the door is sealed. The water is rationed because the vault is sealed. The work assignments are arranged around maintaining a closed system because the vault is sealed. Even the records room exists in part to preserve the procedures that make sealing possible. But a rule can remain written long after the conditions that made it sensible have changed. A vault with a full roster can divide its work into departments. It can have a dedicated kitchen staff, a dedicated medical team, a dedicated maintenance crew, a rotating watch, instructors, archivists, cleaners, growers, and enough people learning each trade that the loss of one trained resident does not leave an entire system uncovered. A vault with fewer people begins to combine all of that work. The person who understands pumps also learns inventory. The person who grows food learns basic electrical maintenance. The person who keeps records starts helping with water testing. This can work for a while. It can even make the remaining community more capable in certain ways. Everyone learns more of the place they live in. Everyone understands, at least a little, what stands between an ordinary day and a difficult one. But it also means there are fewer spare hands. A day off becomes a planning problem. A bad week for the garden level becomes everyone's concern. One person leaving a shift early can move 3 other tasks into tomorrow. The vault does not become less dependent on people simply because it has fewer of them. It becomes more dependent on each one. This is the part vault-tec's brochures would have made sound easy. The company sold the vault as a machine for preserving civilization. There would be air, water, food, light, education, medicine, order. Each system had a procedure. Each procedure had an office. Each office had a chain of responsibility that led eventually to an overseer. On paper, a population was a number that rose and fell within expected limits. There would be children entering school, adults entering work rotations, older residents passing on skills, new trainees filling old positions. The charts could show all of this with neat lines and shaded boxes. A chart does not show who is patient enough to teach a repair twice. It does not show who remembers the sound a water line makes before a valve begins to fail. It does not show which resident can settle an argument between two exhausted workers, or who notices that someone has skipped a meal because they are worried about an assignment. Those things are harder to count. They are also what keep a small community from becoming only a collection of systems. You finish the stew slowly. The bowl is warm in your hands. Across from you, two residents are discussing an old lesson from the school level. One insists that the pre-war maps still show enough towns near the vault to make contact worth considering. The other says maps are not routes, and routes are not safe merely because they are printed. It is not about walking out alone, the first one says. It begins with someone walking out. It begins with sending a signal. And then someone answers. The conversation does not stop the table. It simply changes its shape. A few people listen without turning their heads. Others continue eating. The subject has been circling the vault for weeks, perhaps longer. It appears in the control room whenever the outside sensors are checked. It appears in the records room when someone finds an old procedure about contact. It appears in the garden level whenever a part wears down and there is no replacement in the salvage bins. The door is not merely a door anymore. It is a possible supply line, a possible source of tools, cloth, medicine, seeds, wire, filters, batteries, and information. It is also an opening in the rule that has held the vault together for as long as anyone remembers. The capital wasteland outside is not empty. By the year 2277, people live in settlements built from whatever endured. Old industrial shells, fortified neighborhoods, ship hulls, market squares, ruined stations, and buildings that happen to have enough walls left standing. Clean water has become one of the region's most important needs. A working purifier, a dependable spring, a functional pump, or a route to someone who has one can shape an entire settlement's prospects. That makes trade imaginable. Not easy, not automatic, not something the vault can enter without preparation, but imaginable. On the surface, bottle caps have become a common measure of value in many places. They are small, durable, familiar, and difficult to create in useful numbers without the machinery that made them before the war. A person carrying caps can exchange them for goods because other people recognize them. A trader can count them, weigh them, and pass them on. Inside a sealed vault, caps have little use. You cannot eat them. You cannot repair a pump with them. You cannot trade them to your neighbor for a better dinner, because your neighbor's dinner comes from the same kitchen ledger as yours. If someone had a jar of caps tucked beneath their bunk, it would be a curiosity, perhaps a piece of surface rumor made solid, but not yet a working currency. The vault's real wealth is elsewhere. It is in sealed filter cloth, spare fuses, intact tools, working lamps, manuals that still have all their pages, stored seeds, clean containers, the ability to test water, the ability to teach someone else how to do any of these things. If the vault begins trading, that wealth changes shape. A box of preserved food becomes something that can be exchanged, but only if the kitchen can spare it. A repaired tool becomes valuable outside, but only if maintenance has another one. A roll of good wiring might bring back a useful part, yet the vault cannot afford to send away what it may need next month. Trade asks a closed society to make a new calculation. Not simply, what do we have? What can we lose? The overseer rises from the end of the table. The room quiets, though no one has been called to attention. They gather the papers beside their bowl and hold up the folded sheet. This evening, they say, the door committee will meet after the last maintenance round. Nobody speaks for a moment. Then the garden worker asks, "Are we voting?" "We are reviewing the numbers." "That means voting." "It means reviewing the numbers first." A few people smile at that, but only faintly. The overseer looks down at the sheet again. Water reserves, food output, repair capacity, exterior sensor readings, available equipment. The proposal is limited contact. No general opening. No change to the seal protocol without committee approval. Limited contact. The words settle into the cafeteria like dust after a door has closed. Not an open vault. Not a crowd coming in or a crowd going out. Not an abandonment of the old rules. A controlled visit. A signal, perhaps. A small group with a list of goods and a clear route. A return before the vault's evening cycle. The resident beside you turns their empty bowl in a slow circle on the tabletop. "My grandmother said the surface was poison," they say. "Your grandmother never saw it," says someone across the table. "She saw the training films." "That is not the same thing." "No," the resident says. "It is not." You think of the reduced access corridor, the dark rooms held in reserve, the old cafeteria tables, the maintenance systems that go on working whether the vault is crowded or nearly quiet. A sealed door can protect a community. It can also preserve a plan long after the plan has begun to shrink. The lunch bell does not ring. There is no need for it. The people at the tables simply begin to stand when they have finished. Bowls are stacked beside the counter. Cups are rinsed and returned. The kitchen worker wipes the same narrow section of serving surface they will use again tonight. You carry your bowl to the wash station. The archive assignment is waiting. So is the evening meeting. As you leave the cafeteria, the overseer is still standing near the table with the folded paper in hand. The sheet is small enough to fit inside a pocket. It contains figures, dates, measurements, and perhaps a list of goods that could be carried through the vault door. None of it can answer the question waiting beneath the numbers. A vault can keep its machinery running with fewer people than it was built for. Whether it can remain a home that way is something else. The records room sits 2 levels below the cafeteria, behind a door that opens only after you press your palm to a reader and wait for the old mechanism to compare your print with a list that has become very short. The lock releases with a click. Inside, the air is cooler than the corridor. The room was designed for paper, and paper dislikes heat, damp, dust, and the slow yellowing that comes from all 3. Its shelves run in clean rows beneath low ceiling lights. Metal drawers fill one wall. Labeled boxes fill another. There are binders for medical inventories, binders for equipment inspections, binders for school lessons, binders for personnel changes, binders for crops that failed to produce what the growing charts expected. There are so many records because the vault was meant to last. A community that intends to stay underground for generations has to write things down. It cannot depend on one person remembering which water valve was replaced in which year, or which storage room contains spare seals for the air scrubbers, or which residents completed training on electrical panels. Memory is useful. A written record is useful after the person with the memory has moved to another shift, another department, or simply no longer appears at roll call. The archive worker is already at the central table. They have set out 3 stacks of files and a small cart with empty boxes beneath it. Personnel first, they say. Then supply ledgers. Manuals, if there is time. There is always more paper than time. You take the seat opposite them and open the first folder. The cover is stamped with the vault's old administrative seal. Beneath it is a printed form, yellow at the edges, but still clear enough to read. The resident's name has been crossed out in pencil. So has the name of the next person in the folder. Some marks are neat, others are pressed hard enough to leave dents in the paper. Each file begins in the same way. Date of birth, parents or guardians, medical observations, education level, aptitude assessments, work assignments, certifications, notes from supervisors. A record of which emergency drills the resident attended, which tools they were cleared to use, which duty rotations they could cover. The forms make a person look orderly. A person is not orderly, of course. The pages do not record who made breakfast better with too little flour, who could settle an argument before it became a meeting, who knew how to make an old child laugh during a long maintenance delay. They record the things that fit in boxes. They leave empty space beside the things that do not. You sort the folders by current usefulness rather than age. Anyone still working in the active levels goes into one stack. Anyone whose qualifications need updating goes into another. Old files, retained for the vault's history, but no longer part of the day's labor plan, go into the third. The task feels less like filing than counting. There are residents who once worked only in food production and now know enough about pipe fittings to keep a sink from dripping for a week. There are residents trained in medical work who spend part of each month teaching basic first aid, because the medical room cannot be the only place where that knowledge lives. There are people who once had narrow jobs, the kind a full vault can afford to assign with confidence, now carrying keys to 3 different supply rooms. The archive worker slides a thick ledger toward you. This one is from the original staffing plan, they say. The cover is blue cloth, faded to the color of old work uniforms. Its pages are marked with tabs. You open it carefully. The vault's planners imagined a full roster, not merely a collection of residents, but a balanced arrangement of them. There would be enough children entering school each year, enough adults at each working age, enough people trained for medicine, food, maintenance, teaching, administration, sanitation, and security. The charts assume that every department has a deputy. Every deputy has someone learning beneath them. Every shift has a replacement if somebody is ill, tired, assigned elsewhere, or needed at home. It is an elegant plan on paper. The numbers rise and fall in smooth lines. There are projected family units, projected classroom sizes, projected food needs, projected hours of labor. A margin note explains that cross-training should supplement departmental expertise, not replace it. Not replace it. You rest one finger on the sentence. That distinction has vanished from the vault's ordinary life. Cross-training is no longer a useful extra. It is how the place gets through a week. The same resident may inspect a pump in the morning, help harvest fungus beds after midday, and take a turn at the records table in the evening. Nobody calls this unusual anymore. The schedule has slowly taught everyone to accept it. Vault-tec liked plans that could be measured. That was part of the company's language. A vault had capacities, outputs, maintenance cycles, educational targets, stored calories, filtered gallons, expected years between replacement parts. In the sales films, this came across as comfort. Everything had been anticipated. Every household had a place in a design large enough to carry them through the years after the world outside failed. But a stable population is not a machine setting. People grow older at different speeds. They learn one task and dislike another. They become good at work the aptitude sheet never predicted. They need rest. They make choices. They leave a job because someone else needs help. They carry private worries into public duties. They cannot be arranged in tidy rows forever, simply because a planner drew tidy rows before the Great War. This is worth slowing down for. The vault's problem is not that the old plan was useless. Much of it remains useful. The water treatment schedules still matter. The food calculations still matter. The maintenance checklists are often the reason a small fault stays small. What has failed is the assumption that a community can be preserved by treating its members as entries in a forecast. The ledger can tell you how many technicians the vault was supposed to have. It cannot tell you what to do when one remaining technician is also the person best able to teach school lessons, because they understand the old diagrams and can explain them without making anyone feel foolish. It can list the proper number of kitchen workers. It cannot account for a kitchen worker who spends evenings repairing clothing, because the person who once did that work is gone, and everyone still needs sleeves, gloves, and clean seams. The forms were built to track residents. They were never built to ask whether the residents wanted the future being tracked for them. You turn another page. Here is a projection for the residential level above you. Each block of rooms is marked by household size. There are notes about expected turnover, expected repair needs, expected laundry load, expected power use. The planner who made the chart had no reason to imagine whole corridors with their doors sealed and their lights left off. Or perhaps they did not consider it their job to imagine that. The archive worker is reading a supply ledger beside you. Every few minutes, they make a mark on a fresh sheet. A box of replacement filters has been moved from central storage to maintenance. A crate of preserved vegetables is nearing its recommended date. A bundle of blank forms has become more valuable than it once seemed, because the vault still needs to make lists, even if fewer hands are available to read them. "What have you got?" you ask. "Training records," they say, or pieces of them. They turn the ledger so you can see. The names in the columns are familiar. One resident has completed basic water treatment instruction, but not advanced electrical work. Another has passed equipment safety training, but has not practiced it in years. Someone who helps in hydroponics has old certification marks for mechanical lifting equipment. You recognize the person immediately. They are quiet at meals. You had not known they could operate anything larger than a cart. They should be on the pump lesson, you say. They will be, if the instructor agrees. The archive worker makes another note. A smaller vault has one strange advantage. Almost everyone is visible. In a full population, you can go months knowing only the people on your level, your shift, your usual table in the cafeteria. You know faces in passing, perhaps. You know uniforms. You know who is always late to the wash station and who sings under their breath while cleaning tools. Now, there are few enough residents that every absence travels through the whole place. If the person who prepares breakfast has a sore wrist, somebody notices before the first tray is set out. If the hydroponics worker is needed in medical for an afternoon, the food schedule shifts. If a maintenance instructor misses a lesson, the people waiting to learn that task must be assigned elsewhere. The overseer knows these things too. Not in the way a friend knows them. The overseer has files, reports, work boards, supply figures, and the daily roll call. They can see the vault as a set of moving obligations. They know who is certified, who is recovering from an injury, who has been taking too many overnight shifts, who has asked to change departments. That kind of visibility can feel useful. It can also feel close. In a larger place, you can disappear into routine. You can have a bad week without the whole community revising its plans around you. Here, even an ordinary request has weight. If you ask for 2 days away from maintenance, someone else must inherit the valves, the lights, the filter checks, and whatever small problem has begun to announce itself in the walls. The vault does not ask you to be exceptional. It simply has fewer people available to be ordinary. You return to the folders. One contains school records from years ago. The lesson plans are cheerful, full of diagrams and exercises about civic responsibility, sanitation, basic mechanics, and the importance of following the overseer's instructions. The paper has survived better than the assumptions behind it. A child in the vault was once meant to grow through a clear sequence. Learn the rules. Discover an aptitude. Train for a department. Take a place in the adult roster. Help maintain the same stable community that raised them. The sequence still exists in fragments. Children still learn reading, numbers, maintenance safety, and how to recognize the warning colors on an electrical panel. But there is no longer a clean handoff from school to one lifelong role. By the time a young resident is old enough to work, the vault may need them in a place the old charts never assigned. That is why the records room has become busier as the vault has become quieter. The archive is no longer merely a place that stores the past. It is a place where the remaining people search for unused knowledge. A certificate earned years ago. A manual nobody has opened since the first generation. A note in the margin from a former worker who found a better way to keep a stubborn machine running. Each page might contain a skill that can be brought back into use. You find a maintenance binder tucked behind a row of personnel files. It is marked for ventilation systems, with a second label added later in careful handwriting. Supplemental instruction. Inside are diagrams of ducts, fans, intake screens, and pressure gauges. Some pages carry fingerprints in old grease. Others have been copied by hand, perhaps because the original paper was beginning to tear. At the back is a list of residents who attended a training session long ago. Only a few names have not been crossed out. The archive worker looks over when you show them. That one goes to the instructor, they say. You place it in the keep stack. By late afternoon, the table has changed shape. The old files are boxed, and returned to their shelves. The useful certifications are copied onto a fresh worksheet. The supply ledgers have been marked for the next inventory count. Manuals for pumps, lighting, growing equipment, sanitation, and ventilation sit in a neat row beside the door. The archive worker closes the blue staffing ledger and ties its cloth cover shut. They planned for everything, they say. You look at the shelves around you. They planned for records. They planned for records of everything. That is closer to the truth. The vault's old governance rests in rooms like this. The overseer has authority because the vault was designed to have an overseer. The committees exist because the old rules require review, signatures, minutes, and approved changes. The work board exists because somebody must decide where limited labor goes first. Some of those rules protect the people living here. A water reserve should be counted. A repair should be logged. A person should not be sent into an electrical room without training. Other rules remain simply because they have always remained. They have been copied from one binder to another, repeated at meetings, taught in school lessons, and followed without anyone asking whether the reason for them still applies. Preserving a protocol is easy. Understanding it takes time, disagreement, and the willingness to admit that a rule written for a full vault may not fit a smaller one. The records can tell the committee how much food is stored. They can show which filters are due for replacement. They can list every resident capable of maintaining the air system. They cannot decide whether the vault door should remain closed. That question has no proper box on any form. It waits for the evening meeting, where figures will be read aloud and set beside each other. Water reserves, food output, repair capacity, outside sensor reports, the possible value of goods that might be traded, the cost of sending someone up, the cost of never sending anyone up at all. You gather the manuals into the cart and guide it toward the door. The wheels make a soft, uneven sound over the floor seams. Behind you, the records room settles back into stillness. Its shelves hold generations of plans for people who were expected to remain within reach of the same walls. Ahead of you, the corridor lights lead toward the committee room. The vault has measured its dwindling population in careful lines of ink. Tonight, the people who remain will have to decide what those lines mean. The committee room is not far from the records wing, but you do not go there yet. The meeting will begin after the evening meal, when the people responsible for water, food, medicine, power, and general maintenance have had time to put their latest figures in order. Until then, there is another kind of preparation to do. You take the cart down one level, past the cafeteria, where the midday bowls have already been washed and stacked, and into a room that used to belong to the vault's technical school. The sign beside the door still says Systems Instruction. The letters are faded at their edges. Inside, the room has 6 narrow workbenches, a wall-mounted screen, a sink with a stiff old tap, and a collection of teaching machines that have outlasted most of the people who learned from them. This afternoon, the benches are occupied. The person who usually handles food inventory sits beside someone from the clinic. Across from them is the resident who manages the archive shelves, sleeves rolled above the elbows as if paperwork has somehow become a mechanical profession. There is also a young worker from hydroponics, still carrying the faint green smell of nutrient solution and damp, growing trays. At the front of the room stands the vault's senior maintenance instructor. That title is grander than the position now deserves. Once, there would have been several instructors, each with a specialty. One taught ventilation, one knew the electrical systems, another handled water treatment and pressure lines. There would have been apprentices moving between departments, collecting certifications slowly, building confidence through repetition. Now there is one instructor, a small group of learners, and a pump assembly laid open on a clean cloth. The instructor nods when you enter. "Good," they say. "You can take the return valve." You set the cart against the wall and join the group. The valve is a heavy brass piece, dull with age but still sound. It has been removed from a secondary circulation line, not because it has failed, but because it has begun to stick when the system changes pressure. That is enough to bring it here. In a vault with a full maintenance staff, a sticking valve would be passed from one pair of hands to another. Someone would note the problem. Someone else would remove the part. A specialist would clean it, test it, record the work, and return it to service. Each step would be ordinary. No individual would need to know every part of the process. That is no longer how the vault works. The instructor places a small screwdriver beside the valve and asks the food worker to identify the retaining screws. The answer takes a moment. The worker studies the metal, traces the seam with one finger, then points. "Those four?" "Those four," says the instructor. "And what do you do before you loosen them?" The archive worker answers this time. "Shut off the line. Before that, tell whoever is using the line. Before that." There is a pause. You look at the pressure gauge mounted on the practice board. The instructor waits without irritation. Then the clinic worker says, "You check whether the backup line is working." The instructor gives a small nod. That is the lesson. Not the screw, not the wrench, not even the valve itself. The work begins before the tool touches the machine. A repair can be simple only if someone understands what the machine is doing for the rest of the vault while it is being repaired. The instructor has them repeat the sequence. Check the pressure. Confirm the backup line. Notify the people affected. Close the correct feed. Drain the section. Mark the work order. Then remove the part. The words are written on the board in grease pencil. Most of the room already knows them in theory. Everyone who grew up underground has attended lessons about emergency procedures and basic vault systems. You learn early which alarm means to gather, which means to stay put, which corridor signs lead toward the medical area, and which doors should never be opened without authorization. But knowing the words is not the same as trusting your hands. The food worker loosens the first screw too quickly. The screwdriver slips once against the metal. Nothing breaks. The instructor simply takes the tool, resets it, and gives it back. Again, they say, there is no embarrassment in the room. Not much, anyway. The population has become too small for people to spend energy pretending that they can do work they have never been taught. A person who keeps the clinic stocked may understand medicine well enough to recognize a fever, measure a dose, and sterilize a tray. That does not mean they know how to balance a water pump. The resident who handles meal rations may know exactly how many protein cakes remain in storage, but not how to clear sediment from a filter housing. For a long time, the Vault treated those distinctions as efficient. Every job had a department. Every department had a supervisor. Every supervisor reported upward through a chain that ended at the overseer's office. It made sense on paper. A sealed community depends on specialization. You do not want every resident improvising with electrical panels. You do not want medical supplies counted by someone who cannot read the labels. You do not want the person responsible for nutrient balance also deciding when a ventilation fan can be shut down. Order protects a vault from careless mistakes. But specialization has a quiet weakness. It works best when there are enough people to carry it. When a department has 6 trained workers, one person taking sick leave does not stop the department. When there are 3, the schedule tightens. When there are 2, every day is arranged around their availability. When there is 1, the vault has not created a specialist. It has created a single point of failure. That phrase appears in the older maintenance manuals. It is printed in plain block letters beneath diagrams of pumps, power relays, and air circulation units. The manuals use it for parts. A single relay, a single pipe joint, a single control connection that can halt a larger system if it stops working. The same logic applies to people, though the manuals are less comfortable saying so. A community can keep a machine running with one person who knows its habits. For a while. That person knows which vibration is normal and which means a bearing needs attention. They remember that a certain panel sticks in damp weather. They know which shelf contains the older gasket rings, which valve requires a firmer turn, and which warning light has been unreliable since before they were born. Much of that knowledge is not written down. It lives in the pace of someone's walk through a control room. It lives in the way they pause before answering a question. It lives in small corrections made without announcement. When they are gone from a shift, the vault loses more than labor hours. It loses memory. That is why the afternoon class matters more than the old charts make it seem. The instructor is not producing new maintenance workers in a single lesson. They are spreading the knowledge outward, one careful task at a time, so that no machine belongs entirely to one mind. You have seen this change over the last few years. Hydroponics workers now learn how to reset a lamp timer. Clinic staff know where the emergency water shutoffs are located. The archive worker can read a pressure log. The people who clean the active residential floor know enough about vents to report a change in airflow before it becomes a larger problem. Nobody becomes an expert in everything. That is not the aim. The aim is to make sure that if one person cannot report for duty, the next person knows where to begin. The instructor removes the last retaining screw and lifts the outer plate from the valve. Inside is a ring of dark residue. Not much, a thin, gritty line around the moving parts. Why does this happen? They ask. Old water, says the hydroponics worker. Partly. Mineral buildup, you say. Also partly. The instructor points toward the narrow gap where the valve turns. Domemmo, small particles. Wear from the line. A little sediment that gets past a filter. Sometimes a repair upstream leaves more debris than it should. The point is not to guess the one perfect answer. The point is to inspect before you decide what you are looking at. They hand you a cloth and a small brush. The cleaning is slow work. You show the others how to keep the pieces in order, laying them in a row rather than piling them together. The clinic worker notices the worn seal first. The food worker finds the matching replacement in the parts tray. It is a good seal, still flexible. The vault has a limited number of them. Every replacement part has a place in the inventory system, a date, a condition note, and a question attached to it. Can this be used now? Can it be repaired instead? What system might need it later? There are no factories nearby that receive a request and send back a fresh crate. There may be useful material beyond the vault door, somewhere in the capital wasteland, but bringing it inside would mean trade, planning, caution, and knowledge of what the outside world can offer. For now, the vault relies on what it has stored, what it can clean, what it can reshape, and what its residents can keep working past the age when a pre-war catalogue would have called it obsolete. This is why a working part is rarely thrown away. A cracked casing may become material for a patch. A bent bracket can be straightened. A broken fan motor may contain wire, screws, bearings, or copper contacts that fit another system. The salvage bins in maintenance are arranged with more care than the recreational lounge ever received. Their labels are handwritten and revised so many times that the original ink has disappeared beneath newer notes. The vault has learned that replacement is a surface world idea. Underground, preservation is the habit that keeps tomorrow possible. The valve is cleaned, reassembled, and tested on the practice board. The needle on the gauge rises. Everyone watches it settle. The instructor lets the silence remain for a few seconds. Then they turn to the group and point at the food worker. You take it apart. The worker looks at the valve. Now? Now. I watched. You watched. Next, you do. The first attempt is slow. The order of operations is mostly right, but the worker reaches for the wrong wrench. The archive worker catches it. The clinic worker remembers the backup line check before anyone else does. By the second attempt, the group is correcting itself. That is how training works now. Not with a clean handoff from one department to the next, but with several people becoming just capable enough to support one another. As the lesson continues, the instructor brings out a laminated diagram of the main water treatment loop. The corners are curled. The print shows a larger staffing model than the vault has used in years. There are boxes for shift leads, assistant technicians, inspection clerks, and sanitation crews. The instructor taps the diagram with one finger. This is what the system expected, they say. Nobody speaks. Then they gesture around the room. This is what we have. It is not an accusation. It is not even a complaint. The instructor has spent too many years fixing things to waste time, blaming a pipe for being old. Still, the difference hangs in the room. The food worker studies the rows of boxes. Can we learn all of it? The instructor looks at the diagram again. No. The answer is gentle and immediate. Not all of it. Not every system to the depth once expected. Not while everyone also has their own shifts, their own duties, their own meals to prepare, records to keep, plants to tend, and people to care for. The vault was designed with the assumption that each generation would fill the places left by the last. It expected classrooms full of students. It expected apprentices. It expected enough young residents to become technicians before the older ones stepped away from the work. Instead, the remaining people have to teach while doing. They have to make time for lessons in the narrow spaces between inspections and repairs. The instructor folds the diagram and sets it aside. But we can learn enough, they say. Enough to keep each other from being alone with a problem. That is a more useful promise. The class ends when the shift bell sounds from somewhere beyond the walls. Not loud. Nothing in the vault is loud, unless it needs to be. The learners return the tools one by one, checking each piece against the tray before they leave. The food worker heads toward the cafeteria. The clinic worker returns to the medical level. The archive worker pauses at the doorway, looking back at the water loop diagram as if trying to memorize its shape. You remain with the instructor long enough to carry the pump assembly toward maintenance. In the corridor, they walk more slowly than usual. You did well with them, you say. They did well, the instructor replies. They will need more sessions. Yes, the answer comes after a pause. Then the instructor adds, so will you. You glance over. I already work maintenance. You work maintenance and hydroponics. That is not the same as knowing the whole vault. It is not meant to diminish you. It is simply true. No one remaining is fully trained for every system. Not the overseer, not the instructor, not the person who can repair a purifier, tend a fungus bed, keep medical records, and balance the food stores. The vault has no complete map of itself inside any single person. It has pieces, a memory here, a practiced hand there, a shelf of manuals, a lesson repeated until someone can perform it without being watched. You carry the valve past the dim entrance to the old technical school. Behind you, the room waits for the next session. Ahead, the afternoon is moving toward evening, and the committee room is beginning to fill. Tonight, the vault will discuss whether it can remain closed. But before anyone decides what to do with the door, the people inside are doing what they can to make sure there will still be someone able to keep the water moving in the morning. The committee room was built for more people than this. You can see it in the long crescent of the table, in the extra chairs folded against the wall, in the speaker grill above the overseer's seat that was meant to carry questions from a crowded floor. Tonight, fewer than a dozen residents take places around the table. The rest stand along the wall or sit on the low storage cabinets beneath the old emergency maps. The room has no windows. Its walls are the same pale metal as every other room in the vault. But someone has kept the committee room neat. The table has been wiped. The paper forms are squared in small stacks. A pot of weak tea sits beside a tray of cups that do not match. The overseer is already there, reading from a clipboard. The maintenance instructor sets the pump assembly down near the wall and takes a seat beside you. Across from you, the medical worker has brought a small notebook. The person who manages food stores has a pencil tucked behind one ear. Two residents from the residential level sit together, their hands resting on their knees. Nobody has arrived expecting a speech. The question has been discussed in fragments for years. It has followed people through the cafeteria, appeared in the margins of supply lists, and waited in the quiet after a shift ends. Should the vault remain closed? The overseer taps the clipboard once against the table. We will begin with the reserves, they say. That is how every serious conversation begins underground. Not with hopes, not with fears, with what is in the pipes, what is in the cabinets, what can be repaired, and how many hands remain to do it. The food worker stands first. The hydroponics level is producing enough for the current population, they explain. The planters were designed for more mouths, but not all of them are active now. Some growing beds have been emptied and cleaned. Others hold seed stock rather than food. The fungus racks are steady. The nutrient supply is sufficient if it is used carefully. The stored dry goods will last much longer than anyone once expected, because there are fewer people opening the tins and fewer meals served each day. But the system is not simpler, the food worker says. They turn a page in their notebook. Less harvest means less work in some areas. It also means fewer people learning the work. If one of us cannot do a task, there are fewer others who can cover it. The overseer writes something down. The medical worker gives the next report. The clinic has enough common supplies for ordinary injuries and illnesses. The sterilizer still works. The small diagnostic terminal still works, though its screen flickers when it has been on too long. There are medicines that must be saved for when they are truly needed, because there is no reason to assume the vault will receive more. Then comes water. The room grows quieter for that. The water treatment worker is not a person who likes meetings. You know this because they usually stand near the door, arms crossed, ready to leave when the last practical question has been answered. Tonight, they unfold a sheet of paper and smooth it carefully on the table. The filters are holding, they say. The main pumps are holding. The reserve tank is full enough for the current schedule. They point to a line of figures. Consumption is lower than it was when the vault had a larger population. That helps. But we have shut down sections of the distribution loop, and the remaining equipment is carrying more of the daily load. The old parts are old parts. We can maintain them. We cannot make every part we may someday need. The instructor beside you rests a hand on the pump assembly. The words settle over the table without drama. No one gasps. No one argues that the report must be wrong. This is the shape of the problem. A vault can save supplies when it has fewer residents. It cannot save skills in the same way. The overseer looks around the room. Repair capacity? The instructor answers. Better than it was last year. Not because we have more specialists, because more residents have basic training. They nod toward you, then toward the food worker, then to one of the residents from the residential level. We have people who can isolate a line, replace a simple seal, clean a filter housing, and follow a maintenance checklist. That matters, but the complex work is still concentrated. There are systems with one person who understands them well, and no second person who understands them as well. A pencil moves across paper. The medical worker writes without looking up. For a moment, the committee room becomes what vault-tec expected it to be. A place where a population can be translated into charts. Water use, food output, training status, working machinery, rooms in service, rooms closed. The company that built this place believed that enough planning could turn generations into manageable columns. It had charts for family units, charts for school places, charts for staffing levels and maintenance rotations. It had a place in its paperwork for every future resident, from their first lesson in the classroom to their assigned department. But a person is not only a number on a roster. A person can be present and still be unable to lift a valve housing. A person can know the inventory system and not know how to reset a pump. A person can be trained for a job that no longer exists, while the work that does exist goes uncovered. A person can decide that the vault's rules no longer make sense, and that decision can change the future of every other person in the room. Vault-tec planned for order. It planned for compliance. It planned for schedules that would repeat cleanly enough to be printed on laminated cards. It did not plan for the slow, ordinary fact that a community changes its own shape. The overseer clears their throat. "There is one final report," they say. They turn to the resident seated nearest the wall monitor. The sensor reader rises and crosses to the control panel. The screen is small, and its picture is broken into pale horizontal lines. It shows a map of the ground above the vault, assembled from old survey data and the limited range of the external sensors. Most of the map means little to you. Contours, elevation marks, faded labels from before the war. A few places are familiar from old radio broadcasts and from the rare accounts that have traveled through the vault by way of intercepted signals. Megaton to the northeast. Rivet City farther away along the broken river. Small settlements whose names change depending on who is talking about them. Roads that are still roads in the sense that people use them, even if the pavement has cracked and the signs have fallen. The sensor reader points to a line beyond the vault entrance. "We have recorded foot traffic twice this month," they say. Not close to the door, along the old service road. "How many?" someone asks. "Cannot tell. More than one. Less than a caravan train." And the readings? Normal for the region. No unusual radiation movement. No weather system approaching. The overseer nods. This is worth slowing down for, because the capital wasteland has never been a place where clean water is merely one useful thing among many. In 2277, water shapes nearly every route and every settlement. A working pump is worth guarding. A clean container is worth keeping. A reliable source can make a trading post possible, where no one would otherwise stop. People do not need to know one another well to understand the value of water. They only need to know what it takes to find it, carry it, and trust it. The vault has water. Not endless water, not effortless water, but filtered water moving through pipes that are protected from dust, weather, and the uncertain quality of the surface. Above ground, there are places where water can be bought, exchanged, earned through labor, or collected with care. There are traders who move goods between settlements. There are people who know which routes are passable after rain, where a hand pump still works, and which markets will take a box of useful machine parts without asking too many questions. Caps travel through those exchanges. They are useful because people recognize them, because they are durable, and because enough traders agree that they can be traded again tomorrow. Inside the vault, they have little purpose. You cannot eat a cap. You cannot use one to repair a cracked gasket. The cafeteria does not charge for a meal. But a vault that begins to exchange goods with the surface may find that caps become part of its daily arithmetic. So may barter. A spare pressure gauge might bring tools. Preserved food might bring cloth, batteries, or information. A resident trained to repair a pre-war device might be able to trade skilled work for something the vault cannot produce. Contact would not solve every problem. It might make some problems more complicated. The sensor reader returns to their chair. The overseer folds their hands. The proposal before the committee is limited contact, they say, not unrestricted entry, not relocation, not a permanent open-door policy. The words are careful, and you can hear how long they have been prepared. A small team would travel above ground with selected goods. The team would observe conditions, make contact only where it judges contact appropriate, and return. No one enters the vault without committee approval. No essential stores are exchanged. We begin with information. One of the residents from the residential level speaks first. And if they do not return on time? The question is quiet. The overseer looks at the map rather than at the speaker. Then we wait according to the planned schedule. We do not send another team immediately. We review the sensor readings. We preserve the vault's remaining capacity. It is not a comforting answer. It is a practical one. The medical worker lifts their notebook. What is the purpose of the first visit? They ask. To learn, says the overseer. To find out who is nearby, what they trade, whether there are reliable settlements within reach, whether our supplies can be supplemented without making us dependent. And if there are people who want to come here, the room shifts slightly. A chair leg scrapes against the floor. The overseer does not answer at once. That would be a separate decision, they say. There it is. Not merely the matter of trade. Not merely batteries and cloth and replacement filter mesh. People. The vault was built to keep people out as much as it was built to keep its residents in. Its door is not only a piece of machinery. It is a rule made solid. For your whole life, it has divided what can be accounted for from what cannot. Inside, every face is familiar. Every absence is known. Every new skill is entered in a ledger. Outside, there may be strangers with their own work, their own needs, their own reasons for approaching a sealed door. The resident from the residential level looks toward the empty chairs. If no one ever comes in, they say, what exactly are we preserving? No one answers immediately. The food worker studies the tea in their cup. The instructor looks at the pump assembly. The overseer's clipboard lies flat on the table, its reports and figures suddenly too small for the question. At last, the water treatment worker speaks. We are preserving the systems that keep us alive. Yes, says the resident. But for how long? And for whom? There is no anger in the room, only tiredness and the strange honesty that arrives when people have spent too long avoiding the same subject. The overseer raises one hand. We are not voting on new residency tonight, they say. We are voting on whether to prepare for a single trade and survey visit. The committee returns, reluctantly, to the smaller question. That is how governance works in a vault. The largest decisions are often broken into manageable pieces, not because anyone is trying to hide from them, but because no one can live inside every future at once. You decide whether to inspect the outer approach, then whether to carry goods, then whether to speak to someone on the road, then, perhaps much later, whether a closed community can remain itself while becoming less closed. The vote is taken by raised hands. The food worker votes yes. The medical worker votes yes, after asking that the team carry a full medical kit and follow a written return schedule. the water treatment worker votes yes, with the condition that no filter components or pump parts leave the vault. The instructor votes yes. One resident votes no, another waits until the last moment, then votes yes with visible reluctance. The overseer counts twice. The proposal passes. Not by much. No alarm sounds. The vault door does not move. The lights remain at their usual evening level. Somewhere beyond the committee room, a ventilation fan continues its steady turn. The overseer writes the decision into the ledger. Preparations begin tomorrow, they say. A list of possible trade goods will be posted in the morning. Training for the first team begins after the midday meal. No one is assigned until the committee reviews the volunteers. You look around the table. Everyone seems slightly changed by the decision, though no one has stood up yet. The door remains closed, but it no longer feels like a permanent fact. It has become a task, a thing with procedures attached to it, a thing that will need inspection, planning, tools, maps, water containers, and people willing to learn what lies beyond the first few steps. The meeting ends without ceremony. Chairs fold. Papers are gathered. The tea is poured away before it can stain the table. Residents leave in pairs or alone, carrying the day's last conversations into the corridor. You remain long enough to help the instructor lift the pump assembly again. Tomorrow, there will be another maintenance round. There will be food to record, lights to inspect, and lessons to repeat. There will also be a new list on the workboard, written beneath all the familiar assignments. For the first time in your life, the vault's future will include a direction that does not lead deeper underground. The workboard has already changed by the time you reach it the next morning. The familiar columns are still there. Water treatment, hydroponics, ventilation, medical stores, residential inspection, education, kitchen, records. Each task is written in the overseer's narrow, level hand. Beside several of them are the names of the residents assigned to cover them. Sometimes 2 people sharing a job that once belonged to a full shift. Below the usual columns, a new sheet of paper has been pinned to the board. Trade preparation. The letters are not larger than the rest. They do not need to be. People gather around them in a quiet half-circle before breakfast, reading the first list of items the vault might spare. A box of replacement light fittings from the lower storage cage. 2 sets of hand tools, cleaned and checked, but not the specialized tools needed for water treatment. Several rolls of insulated wire. A small crate of sealed screws, washers, and pipe couplings. Preserved food from the older stores, only after the food workers complete another count. A selection of empty glass containers. 3 compact first aid kits, assembled from supplies whose dates have long since stopped meaning much in the way they once did. Nothing essential is listed. That is the first rule. The second rule is written beneath it. No item leaves the vault until another resident signs that the active systems can function without it. You read the list twice. The items are ordinary enough that you have passed most of them without thought. A coupling is a coupling. Wire is wire. A spare light fitting sits on a shelf until a corridor goes dark. And then it becomes the one thing everyone needs. Inside the vault, usefulness has always been measured by the work an object can do here. Now each object has another possible use. It might become clean cloth, medicine, seed stock, a new battery, information about a route, or an agreement with someone who knows the surface better than you do. The overseer arrives with a clipboard tucked under one arm. They do not make a speech. They add a second page beneath the first, marked with the morning's assignments. You are sent to central stores. The old storage level lies between maintenance and the loading section near the vault entrance. You have been there before, mostly to collect filters, lubricant, lamp parts, and the long bolts needed for the utility doors. Today, the place feels different. The shelves have not moved. The same labels hang from their rails. The same dry, slightly metallic smell meets you when the door opens. But the work is no longer only about keeping the vault supplied. It is about deciding what the vault can become without. The records worker is already inside, seated at a folding table with 3 ledgers open in front of them. One book lists the original inventory. Another tracks what has been used, repaired, or lost over the years. The third is newer, its pages filled by many different hands. It contains the practical memory of the remaining residents. Which boxes were found damp, which seals had failed, which old labels could no longer be trusted, which parts fit a machine despite what the manual said. The maintenance instructor stands near the shelving with a tray of pipe fittings. You know these? They ask. You pick up a brass connector. It is heavy for its size, its threads still clean beneath a coat of storage dust. Waterline coupling, you say. Mostly? They turn it in their fingers. It can serve a water line. It can also serve any repair where somebody needs 2 lengths of pipe to meet properly. The question is not whether someone outside would want it. The question is whether we have enough to make that someone else's problem worth taking. This is the shape of the morning. Every item is held, identified, counted, and returned to the table or the shelf. The records worker reads out the number available. The instructor asks how many are needed by the vault's active systems. You give the best answer you can. Then all 3 of you decide whether the remainder is truly spare. A crate of bolts seems easy until you discover that the bolts are used in 3 sizes of access panel. A roll of wire seems generous until the instructor reminds you that the old lighting circuits use more of it than anyone expects. A hand drill can be traded, perhaps, but only after its bit set is checked, and only if the vault retains enough tools for the people now being taught repair work. The vault has always had inventories. Vault-tec loved a numbered shelf, a stamped form, a supply count that could be forwarded to an office somewhere above ground. Yet an inventory is not the same as judgment. The old lists assume that every department remains whole. They assume a maintenance chief, a quartermaster, a medical officer, a food supervisor, and enough trained workers beneath each of them to keep a clean line between one responsibility and the next. The people who made the lists imagined a full roster that would continue through the years, generation after generation, each person entering a place already prepared for them. But the roster is smaller now. The lines between jobs have blurred. The person who inventories the medicine may also clean the wash station. The person tending the fungus beds may know how to reset a breaker. You have spent enough mornings moving from a leaking valve to a planting tray to understand that the vault survives because people step across those old lines. So the ledger cannot decide what to trade. The ledger can only tell you what is there. By late morning, a modest collection has formed on the long table. A pair of portable lamps, a box of standard fittings, several unopened rolls of electrical tape, a hand-cranked radio unit that still receives more than it transmits, a stack of old maintenance manuals, copied by hand, where the original pages have become too brittle to carry. The manuals cause the longest discussion. They are useful here, the records worker says. They are useful anywhere there are pipes, pumps, wires, or old machines, says the instructor. They are not replaceable, the records worker replies. Neither of them is wrong. In the end, no original manual goes on the trade list. The vault keeps its copies as well. One copy, carefully chosen and checked for missing pages, is set aside. Knowledge weighs almost nothing compared with a pump assembly. It can also be worth more than a crate of parts, depending on who reads it. You carry the selected goods to the old receiving area near the entrance. The room was built for deliveries that never came after the vault sealed. Its loading rails are clean but unused. The floor markings remain bright in places where no feet have crossed them for years. A broad steel door separates the room from the first approach to the vault entrance. The goods are arranged in small groups, not packed into crates yet. Every item will be inspected again before it leaves. The trade visit is still only a plan. No one has volunteered for it. No one has gone through the outer door. The vault is preparing for a possibility, and that is enough to fill the room with work. After the midday meal, the first training session begins. It takes place in the classroom that has been reopened for the purpose. The room has spent years dark except during inspection rounds. Its desks are stacked along one wall. The wall screen still carries a faded vault-tec diagram of emergency procedures, the lettering softened by age but readable. Today the screen is covered with a hand-drawn map. The map is not beautiful. It is practical. A resident who has spent time studying the vault's old sensor reports has copied the nearby terrain in dark pencil. The vault entrance is marked at the bottom. A ridge line runs north. A broken road bends toward a cluster of structures that may once have been a service station, a small warehouse, or both. A second mark indicates a place where distant smoke has sometimes been seen during the day. No settlement has been named. No route has been declared safe. The map does not promise that. It merely gives the people in the room a way to picture the first distance beyond the door. The instructor begins with water, not how to purify it. You know that part. The vault's system has taught everyone that water is measured, tested, stored, and respected. Instead, they show you how much to carry, how to keep a canteen from contaminating the rest of your supply, and how to treat the amount in your container as part of a larger plan. One full canteen is not a day's confidence, they say. It is one full canteen. The lesson moves to clothing. The surface gear is laid across 2 tables. Thick work trousers, long-sleeved shirts, gloves, boots with repaired soles, dust masks with fresh filters, goggles with straps that have been mended more than once. None of it looks like the equipment from the old recruitment posters. There is no polished suit waiting for you, no clean promise of certainty. There are layers, fastenings, pockets, and things that must be checked before you leave one room and checked again when you enter another. A resident from medical demonstrates how to seal the simplest protective mask around the nose and mouth. They do it slowly, then ask everyone else to do the same. You adjust the strap, feel it pull against the back of your head, and breathe through the filter. The air changes at once. It becomes close, dry, and faintly rubbery. Do not wait until you need it to find out the strap is loose, the medical worker says. Around you, people nod and make small adjustments. Surface preparation is full of such lessons. They are not heroic lessons. They are lessons about buckles, straps, labels, and habits. Which pocket holds the water tablets? Where to keep the spare filter? How to wrap a glass container so it does not break inside a pack? Why the map goes in an inner pocket, not an outer one? How to mark the time you leave, not because anyone wishes to control you, but because a return plan needs a clock. The Pip-Boy is brought out last. It is an older model, green casing scratched around the edges, its display dimmer than it must once have been. You have seen it in the equipment cabinet, though it has rarely been used. The Vault's fixed terminals are more dependable inside. This device was designed for movement, for a person who needs information while away from a desk and a wall socket. The instructor turns it over in their hands. The battery does not hold as long as it should, they say. So it is not a radio for casual listening. It is not a toy. It is a map, a clock, a light, and a way to keep notes when paper is inconvenient. They show you the charging contacts, the worn clasp, the screen controls. You practice fastening it around your wrist. It is heavier than it looks, and its weight changes the way your sleeve falls against your arm. For most of your life, the surface has existed as a fact in lessons and reports. It is the place above the door. It is where the old world stood. It is where the air cannot be trusted until tested, and where every journey requires a return plan. Now it is also a place with practical questions. What can we offer? What can we bring back? Who knows enough to ask the right question? Trade changes a closed community before anyone carries the first crate through the door. It changes what people consider valuable. A vault that has spent generations preserving its own stores must begin thinking about another person's needs. The spare wire on your shelf may be useful to a settlement with a broken generator. A sealed jar may matter to someone who has food, but no safe way to keep it. A copied manual may travel farther than any resident of the vault has ever gone. In return, the vault may gain items it cannot make. Cloth, seeds suited to open ground, replacement batteries, news, small pieces of local knowledge that do not appear on a sensor screen, a road that is passable after rain, a building with a working hand pump, the name of a person who repairs radios, the hours when a nearby market is busiest. None of these things fit neatly into the old rules. Vault-tec built the vault to separate its residents from an uncertain world. Its doors, protocols, supply rooms, and authority charts all point inward. A closed vault can make rules for itself. It can assign work, ration stores, settle disputes, and tell each new generation that the system has already accounted for what they need. Contact makes that harder. Once information comes from outside, the old answers have competition. Once goods arrive from another community, the store's room is no longer the only source of value. Once someone has stood under an open sky and returned with a useful story, the door becomes more than an emergency boundary. It becomes part of ordinary life, That does not mean the vault stops being home. You see this in the way the residents handle the preparation. Nobody treats the entrance as an escape. The people volunteering to join the first visit are not packing their bunks. They are learning how to leave for a few hours and come back. The trade goods are counted with the same care as the food stores. The maps are copied and filed. The masks are inspected, then returned to their hooks. The change is serious because the vault matters. In the afternoon, you help clean a set of glass jars selected for trade. The work is slow. Each jar is washed in treated water, dried on a rack, then checked for chips around the rim. Some are rejected immediately. A jar with a flawed seal is not a trade good. It is a future mess, an argument, or a disappointment carried out of the vault by someone who should have known better. The person working beside you once served meals in the cafeteria. Now they are learning the storage rules, the record system, and the first steps of pump maintenance. They lift a finished jar to the light. Would anyone outside actually want these? They ask. Someone might, you say. They turn the jar once more. We have so many. We have enough, you say. That is different? They look at you, then laugh softly. It is a small distinction, but it is the kind the vault has taught you to make. Enough means the work continues tomorrow. Enough means a broken part can be replaced. Enough means there is food after the next harvest, water after the next filter change, light after the next corridor lamp burns out. For years, the vault has measured enough by how little it had to rely on anyone else. Now, it may need to measure enough by what it can share without losing itself. When the session ends, the classroom is returned to order. The surface gear is placed back in its cabinet. The Pip-Boy goes into a padded case beside the maps. The trade goods remain in the receiving area, each group marked with a paper tag and a line from the ledger. Outside the classroom, the corridor leads toward the residential levels. The lights are beginning their evening dimming cycle. You pass closed doors, empty bunks, and the old recreation room with its chairs gathered against the wall. The vault is quieter than it was built to be, but in the receiving area, on the table beneath the overhead lamps, there are jars, fittings, manuals, wire, and tools waiting to become part of a conversation with people no one here has met. The door has not opened. Not yet. Still, for the first time, the things stored inside the vault are being arranged with the understanding that they may cross it. The evening shift begins before the vault has fully decided that it is evening. There is no sunset to mark it. No long shadow crossing a floor. The lights simply change by degrees, bright white giving way to the softer yellow programmed for the last working hours. On the active residential level, doors close one by one. A few voices carry through the corridor, then settle. Somewhere behind a sealed bulkhead, an old ventilation fan turns with the steady patience of a machine that has never needed to know how many people are listening. You report to water treatment with a clipboard under one arm and a small tool case in the other. The route is shorter than it used to be, not because the treatment plant has moved, but because the vault no longer opens every corridor between here and there. A red access lamp above the old service passage tells you to take the longer way around. The closed passage is not damaged. It is simply unnecessary tonight, and unnecessary space costs power. At the end of the corridor, the night supervisor is waiting beside the treatment room door. They have already changed out of their daytime coveralls into a faded work shirt, with the sleeves rolled to the elbow. A pencil is tucked behind one ear. "Filter pressure first," they say. Then the return line. Then the control room readout. You nod and sign your name beneath theirs on the night sheet. There are only 3 names on it. Once, water treatment had enough people to divide the work cleanly. One resident inspected the intake screens. Another tested the treated water. A third handled chemical stores and logged the numbers. Someone else checked the pumps, and someone on the maintenance crew came down only when the problem was larger than a loose coupling or a tired gasket. Now the night supervisor handles the testing and the controls. You make the rounds. A resident from the medical office is on call nearby, partly because they understand sanitation, and partly because there is no longer any reason to keep every useful pair of hands inside a single department. The vault still has departments on paper. The paper has become optimistic. Inside the treatment room, the air is warmer than the corridor. Pipes run along the walls and vanish beneath grated flooring. A row of gauges glows green, except for one amber indicator near the far panel. It has been amber for weeks. The supervisor says it is not an emergency. It means a sensor is reading slowly, and a slow reading sensor is one more task that must be remembered by a person. You open the tool case and begin with the filters. The first housing is cool beneath your palm. You inspect the seal, turn the release wheel, and listen for the small change in pressure that tells you the system has accepted the adjustment. The filter itself is not replaced tonight. It still has life in it. Instead, you clear the fine grit from the outer screen, wipe the rim, and note the date in the margin of the service log. The work is quiet enough that you can hear the water moving through the pipes. It is easy to think that clean water comes from the vault because the vault has pipes. That is how the old training films present it. A resident turns a tap, a glass fills, and the system disappears behind the wall. But every glass depends on a chain of ordinary actions. Someone reads the gauges. Someone notices when a pump begins to sound different. Someone orders filters before the storage locker is empty. Someone cleans a screen that no one else will ever see. The machinery does not resent being neglected. It does not complain. It simply becomes less reliable, one missed inspection at a time. This is why a vault can look healthy long after it has begun to thin out. The lights still come on. The doors still seal. The water still reaches the sinks. From a distance, the place appears to be doing exactly what vault-tec promised. Its systems have survived for generations. Its reactor continues to provide power. Its treatment plant continues to circulate and clean the same water again and again. But a vault is not only a collection of systems. A vault running means that the pumps respond when a switch is thrown, that the air remains breathable, that the stored food has not spoiled, that the emergency lights work when the main lights are off. Procedure can carry much of that forward. A manual can explain the right valve sequence. A laminated card can tell a tired resident which warning light matters first. A vault living is something else. It means there are enough people to notice one another, enough people for a child to learn more than one adult's habits, enough people for an argument to remain an argument, rather than becoming a permanent division between two indispensable workers. Enough people that a resident can be ill for a week, without leaving an entire system unattended. Enough people to teach, to remember, to make a meal feel like a meal, instead of another scheduled intake of calories. The difference cannot be measured by a single number on the population ledger. The overseer can count residents. The medical office can list certifications. The archive can calculate how many trained hands remain for each major system. All of that matters. Yet none of it can fully answer the question waiting beneath the figures. How few people can live in a place built for many before the place begins to ask more of each person than any person can give. You tighten the filter housing and move to the return line. The leak you noticed earlier has not grown. A pale bead of moisture sits at the edge of a joint, collecting slowly enough that it would be easy to ignore. You set a cloth beneath it, run your fingers along the coupling, and find the roughness where the seal has begun to flatten. The repair can wait until tomorrow, but not much longer. You make a mark beside it on the clipboard. The mark is not dramatic. It is a small square, drawn in pencil, with a date beside it. By morning, that square will be copied onto the workboard. Someone will be assigned the replacement gasket. Someone else will check the stores. If the right size is missing, the trade list may gain another line. This is how the vault has changed. A minor leak is no longer just a minor leak. It is a question for the inventory room, the training schedule, the next maintenance shift, and perhaps the people waiting beyond the door. The vault has always depended on connections between its systems. With fewer residents, those connections are easier to see. The supervisor comes over with a sample tube in hand. Anything? Return line seal, you say. Still holding. I marked it for the morning. They glance at the joint, then at your note. Good. We have one in stores, I think. You think? I will know before lights out. That is the answer you get more often now. Not certainty. Not even a tidy list. Just the promise that somebody will look before the next decision has to be made. You continue to the pump alcove. The main pump vibrates behind its casing, making the floor faintly alive beneath your boots. Beside it, the backup unit sits ready, clean and silent. It is tested every week, though it has not been needed in months. The backup pump is a reminder of the vault's original confidence. There is a second unit, because machines can fail. There are spare belts, because belts can crack. There are manuals, because staff can forget. What the planners did not seem to imagine, or did not consider worth recording, was that a trained staff might become a handful of people trying to cover every room at once. Vault-tec knew how to duplicate equipment. It had less use for the fact that people cannot be stored on shelves. You crouch beside the pump casing and check the inspection points one at a time. Temperature, vibration, flow. The readings are within their usual range. You write them down in neat columns, using the same careful handwriting you were taught in school. The old classroom is closed now, except for training sessions like the one you attended earlier. Its desks are stacked along one wall. The lesson boards are used for pump diagrams and crop schedules instead of arithmetic. The vault has not stopped teaching. It has simply begun teaching the things that used to belong to somebody else. By the time you finish the pump checks, the medical resident arrives with a small testing kit and a paper cup of coffee that smells mostly of roasted grain. "Anything for me?" they ask. "Nothing unusual." That is my favorite kind of answer. They take a sample from the outlet tap and begin their test. You watch the careful motions, the measured drops, the weight, the comparison against a color strip under the lamp. It is routine work. It is also work that cannot be skipped because people are tired, or because the evening meeting ran late, or because one person has been asked to cover 3 jobs. The medical resident notices you looking. "We are still clear," they say. "Good. Dudst. You can write that down." You do. For a little while, the 3 of you work without speaking. The supervisor sits at the main desk, comparing tonight's readings with those from the previous week. The medical resident labels the sample record. You return the tools to their proper places, not because anyone will scold you if you do not, but because the next person may need them before they have time to search. Above the desk is an old vault-tec wall chart. It shows the water cycle in cheerful colors. Arrows travel from storage tanks to treatment units, from treatment units to homes and kitchens, from drains back through filters and pumps. Tiny illustrated residents smile beside every stage. There are dozens of them. They wear clean blue jumpsuits. They carry clipboards and cups. They stand in little groups, as though every shift change is a social occasion. No one in the drawing is alone in a service corridor with a tool case and a list of tasks inherited from 3 former jobs. Still, the chart is useful. The pipes do run where the arrows say they run. The tanks do feed the rooms above. The system is not false simply because its picture is incomplete. That may be the hardest thing about the Vault's old rules. Many of them were sensible when they were written. Closed doors save power. Ration logs catch waste. Training records prevent someone from taking apart a pump they do not understand. A central overseer can coordinate work better than a dozen separate arguments. The trouble begins when the rules are treated as complete answers. A protocol can tell you how to preserve a vault. It cannot tell you whether preserving it is the same as remaining inside it forever. The control room is through a second door, smaller and quieter than the treatment floor. Here, the pipes disappear behind panels. The work is done with switches, screens, and rows of printed figures. The room has been kept neat for so long that it seems almost untouched by the shrinking population. Every chair is in place. Every panel is labeled. The overhead lights are bright enough to make the polished edges of the consoles shine. You take the night readings from the main board. Water reserves are steady. Treatment output is steady. Power draw has dropped since the residential wing went to reduced access. The ventilation system is carrying less load now that only the active floors receive full circulation. The numbers are good. They should make you feel relieved. Instead, they carry a strange kind of quiet. The vault is becoming more efficient as it becomes smaller. Less water used, less food prepared, less power spent, fewer uniforms washed, fewer beds warmed at night. A planner could look at the chart and see savings. You look at it and think of the cafeteria at midday, with everyone seated close together in one corner of a room built for a crowd. Efficiency is not the same as abundance. The supervisor clears their throat behind you. Check the exterior sensor page. You move to the adjacent terminal. The display takes a moment to wake, its green letters appearing one line at a time. Outside readings are limited. The vault has never maintained a full picture of the capital wasteland beyond its door. Its sensors can tell you about air quality near the entrance, movement at a distance, weather patterns, and the broad condition of the route leading away from the vault. Tonight, the report is ordinary. The air outside is dry. The wind has shifted. Radiation readings near the entrance remain within the range the committee expected. There is no reason to change tomorrow's plan. That is all the vault needs to know for now. The first trade visit will not be a grand opening. No procession is waiting. No one is preparing to abandon the rooms where they were born. A small group will go out with items selected by the committee, travel only as far as the planned contact point, and return before the day is done if the route remains clear. It is cautious. It is limited. It is also more change than this vault has accepted in many years. The supervisor places a fresh worksheet beside your elbow. Tomorrow's assignments came through, they say. You look down. Your name is listed in the morning block. Water treatment, abbreviated check. Receiving area, inventory confirmation. Surface preparation, trade visit support. For a moment, the words do not feel like they belong together. You have spent your life learning the inside of the vault. You know which corridor lights flicker when the power load changes. You know where the utility floor dips near the old drainage channel. You know how long the cafeteria dispenser takes to heat a cup of thin soup. You know the sound of the entrance mechanisms through 3 sealed doors. Tomorrow, you will help prepare things to leave through those doors. Not you, perhaps. Not on the first visit. The committee has assigned the initial walkers based on training, health, and the small number of residents who have practiced with the surface gear. But your hands will sort the trade bundles. Your notes will confirm what can be spared. Your work will travel upward in jars, fittings, and carefully wrapped pieces of the vault's reserve. The supervisor studies your face. You all right? Yes, you say, because it is true. Then, after a moment, I think so. They nod, as though that is the most sensible answer possible. You do not have to be certain tonight. The last round takes you back through water treatment one more time. The gauges remain green. The slow sensor remains amber. The return line leak remains a small bead on the cloth beneath the joint. You make the final entries. You place the clipboard on the desk for the morning crew, though the morning crew will be some of the same people standing here now. You wash your hands at the utility sink and listen to the water run over your fingers. The vault has done this all day. It will do it all night. Pumps will turn. Filters will hold. Lights will dim in unused rooms. The door control will wait in silence for an instruction it has not received in years. When you leave the control room, the corridor outside is nearly dark. The night setting has reduced the ceiling lamps to pools of muted light, each one leaving a soft stretch of shadow before the next. You pass the receiving area on the way back. The trade goods are still there, packed and labeled beneath a cover cloth. The jars, the spare fittings, the coils of wire, the manuals that someone copied by hand because an original is too useful to risk. They look smaller at night, almost ordinary. Yet they have changed the shape of tomorrow. You continue toward the residential level, carrying no tool case now, only the knowledge that your next shift will begin with a list of things meant for the world beyond the vault. Behind you, water moves through the pipes. Ahead of you, in the dim corridor, a door opens and closes as another resident finishes another job. The residential level is quiet by the time you reach it. Not empty. Not quite. A light still burns behind the door of the clinic, where the medical worker is finishing the last entries in the treatment log. A chair scrapes softly in one of the rooms near the stairwell. Somewhere farther down the corridor, a tap runs for a few seconds, then stops. These small sounds travel farther now than they used to. There are fewer conversations to cover them, fewer doors opening at once, fewer people moving from one shift to another with trays, tool cases, laundry bundles, and children half awake for school. Your own room is near the end of the active wing, beside a row of doors that have been shut for years. The old policy is to inspect every sealed room once a month. The practical policy is that someone does it when there is time, which is not the same thing. A red inspection tab hangs from each handle, marked with a date and the initials of the resident who last checked inside. Some tabs are fresh. Some have curled at their corners. You pause outside one of the rooms that once belonged to a family of 4. The nameplate has been removed. The room beyond is dark, but you know its shape. 2 narrow bunks, a table fixed to the wall, a cabinet with a faulty latch, a vent that whistles if the air system is running too high. You repaired that vent when you were younger, working beside a maintenance worker who had shown you how to loosen the grill without stripping the old screws. That worker has been gone long enough that you no longer remember the sound of their voice clearly. You remember the demonstration instead, the angle of the screwdriver, the order of the bolts, the instruction to keep the small pieces in a cup rather than setting them loose on the floor. This is how the vault keeps people now, not only in photographs or marked names on the board. It keeps them in procedures, in habits, in a certain knot used to secure a hose, in the way the food worker measures nutrient powder without looking at the faded line on the scoop, in the little pencil mark beside the correct valve on a diagram that has passed through many hands. You rest your palm briefly against the door, then move on. At the end of the corridor, the passage turns toward the entrance level. You do not usually go that way after your shift. The dining room and the bunks lie behind you. The entrance is not on the route to anything necessary, but tomorrow has made it part of the route in your mind, and your feet follow before you have quite decided to send them there. The vault is in its night cycle. Most of the overhead lights are lowered. The wall panels throw a pale, steady glow across the floor. Your footsteps sound measured and small. The main entrance corridor is wider than the residential halls. It was built for arrivals, for supply carts, for a whole population moving under instruction. The floor still bears faded directional markings. Medical intake, decontamination, security desk, orientation room. You have walked through these places before, usually with a cleaning kit or a checklist. Tonight, the signs seem less like directions and more like evidence of a plan written by people who assumed the vault would always have enough hands. The security desk is unstaffed. Its terminal sleeps behind a dark screen. The orientation room has been used for storage since before you were old enough to work. Boxes of obsolete forms sit where chairs once faced a presentation wall. There are still cheerful diagrams on the far side of the room, their colors protected from fading by the lack of sunlight. They show residents cooperating in clean uniforms. They show orderly lines at a cafeteria counter. They show a maintenance worker tightening a pipe while a supervisor smiles nearby. They show a vault as a complete little town, sealed against uncertainty by thick steel and good planning. The diagrams do not show what happens when the maintenance worker also tends the growing trays, when the supervisor is needed to copy training manuals, when the cafeteria has one cook and the clinic has no one to spare for a long rest. They do not show the unused chairs. You continue past the orientation room until the vault door fills the end of the corridor. It is larger than memory allows. Every time you come close to it, you are surprised by the scale. The circular face of it rises through the entrance chamber, built of layered metal and locking mechanisms, its painted surface dulled by years of filtered air. The wheel assembly sits at its center. Thick bolts disappear into the wall. Above it, the control housing shows a sequence of small status lights, each one steady. Green for internal pressure. Green for seal integrity. Green for power to the door mechanism. The vault is secure. It has always been secure. You stand a few paces away, holding your hands together in front of you, because there is nothing else for them to do. Beyond that door is the capital wasteland in the year 2277. It is the year a young resident from Vault 101 has left their own underground home, though you do not know that. You know only the reports that sometimes reach your sensors. Distant radio signals, changes in weather patterns, the occasional faint indication of movement along routes that your vault has not traveled in generations. The surface is not an empty place. That much has become clearer as the years have passed. There are settlements. There are people who move goods between them. There are water sellers, repair workers, farmers, scavengers, and traders who understand the value of a clean canteen, a working lamp, a sealed jar, a page of instructions that has not been damaged by damp or dust. There are places where a person can exchange skill for food, materials, news, and another reason to keep going. Your vault has spent so long treating the outside as a single category that it has been slow to understand this. Outside meant unsafe. Outside meant unknown. Outside meant the end of the plan. But the plan has been changing without permission for years. It changed whenever a former specialist was not replaced. It changed whenever a room was closed to save power. It changed whenever a resident learned a second task, then a third, because there was no one else to take it on. It changed when the cafeteria tables became too large for the people eating at them. The door committee did not vote to abandon the vault. They voted to admit what the vault has become. A sealed community can preserve supplies for a long time. It can stretch a filter, ration a lamp, rotate stored food, and teach the same repair from one resident to the next. But no written procedure can create new hands. No automatic system can replace every missing teacher, medic, cook, cleaner, technician, and parent. Machines are patient. They do not mind an empty corridor. They do not notice when there are fewer voices in the dining room. People do. This is worth holding still for a moment. A vault can be running without fully living. The water system does not require hope. It needs pressure, filters, cleaned pipes, and someone who understands the gauges. The lighting system needs power, replacement parts, and a schedule. The hydroponics level needs seeds, nutrient solution, careful records, and labor. A community needs all of those things. Then it needs more. It needs someone to teach the next person what the manual leaves out. It needs enough residents that a tired worker can rest without leaving 3 jobs undone. It needs ordinary disagreement, new ideas, shared meals, and the possibility that tomorrow will contain something other than another attempt to preserve yesterday. The vault has been good at preservation. It has preserved tools whose makers have been dust for 2 centuries. It has preserved recipes, medical charts, maintenance schedules, school lessons, emergency drills, and official notices. It has preserved the door itself, keeping its locks clean and its power supply steady through years when no one expected it to move. What it has not preserved is the original number of people needed to make all of that feel ordinary. You look up at the control housing. Tomorrow, no one will turn the wheel all the way. There will be no sudden rush from underground into open air. The preparation is slower and more careful than that. The first visit will be limited. A small group, selected for practical skills and steady judgment. Trade goods counted twice. Canteens filled. Clothing checked for worn seams. The old Pip-Boy charged as fully as its aging battery will allow. They will carry maps that are incomplete. They will carry the vault's caution with them, because caution has kept this place working. But they will also carry a different idea, one that would have sounded almost disloyal not long ago. The vault might need other people, not as replacements in a ledger, not as bodies assigned to empty boxes on an old work chart. As neighbors, trading partners, teachers, visitors who know things the vault has never needed to know. People who may have their own systems, their own habits, their own ways of solving a problem with less equipment and more practice. For a sealed society, that is a large thought. You hear the soft click of a relay inside the door control. A routine test. The sound is so familiar that it barely registers at first. Then you imagine it carrying through this chamber on the morning of the trade visit, while residents stand nearby with bags packed at their feet. The mechanism will not know the difference between tomorrow and any other day. It will receive an instruction, verify its conditions, and begin the sequence it was built to perform. The difference will be in the people waiting beside it. You are one of them. You have spent the day tending systems that were already old when your grandparents were born. You have cleaned filter housings, tied off a leak, checked growing trays, copied numbers into a ledger, and helped carry the vault's work from one shift into the next. None of it has been grand. Most of it has been repeated many times before. Yet it is skill. You know the difference between a harmless drip and a pipe that needs attention. You know which plants can be harvested now and which must remain under the lamps for another week. You know how to keep a borrowed tool from becoming a lost tool. You know that a room left unused is not a room that can be forgotten. You know how to read the workboard and see behind every assignment the quiet effort required to keep a small world from coming apart. The other residents know their own versions of this. The medical worker can make limited supplies last. The food worker can turn a narrow harvest into a meal for everyone. The records keeper can find a diagram that saves an afternoon of guesswork. The resident who taught the pump lesson can hear a bad vibration before the gauge changes. The overseer can still gather scattered information into one decision. even when no decision feels simple. You have all adapted to a vault that asked more of you than it once promised to ask. That competence belongs to you. It is not erased because the circumstances were unfair. It is not made smaller because the work was imposed by necessity. You have made a life inside constraints that would have exhausted a less attentive community. You have kept the water clean. You have kept the lights on where they are needed. You have kept knowledge moving from one pair of hands to another. But the structure around you deserves to be named plainly. Vault-tec built vaults with systems, quotas, protocols, and carefully measured expectations. Its planners could chart population curves and storage capacity. They could decide how many beds to install, how many shifts to schedule, how much food a growing level might produce. Across the country, the company treated sealed communities as problems that could be arranged on paper. The people who inherited those arrangements were never asked whether they wanted them. You did not choose the closed corridors. You did not choose to inherit rules written before you were born. You did not choose the shrinking roster, the doubled shifts, or the moment when opening the door became less a breach of protocol than a practical act of care. The company that designed this place has no seat at tomorrow's meeting. It will not carry the trade goods. It will not inspect the canteens or copy the maps. It will not stand in the entrance chamber and decide whether the air beyond the steel is worth meeting. That work belongs to the people still here. You remain by the door for another minute, listening to the ventilation move through the chamber. Then you turn back toward the residential level. The corridor lights have dimmed again, leaving the entrance behind you in a soft pool of green and grey. The sealed rooms wait in their rows. These active rooms hold the few residents who remain, sleeping before another day of repairs, meals, lessons, records, and decisions. Above the vault, morning will eventually reach a sky you have not seen. Below it, the door control waits without judgment. And along the empty residential level, one light clicks off after another.